up, everyone? The Skeptic crew, including Gizmo, is saying hi in tonight's episode of our Skeptic Bible Study. Breaking Benjamin! Woo! That's right.
It's all about the Benjamins.
All about those Benjamins. As we continue the book of Joshua, chapters 17 and 18, with more atonements. Those were popular. But the children of Joseph complain. Oh, God. Can we turn this atonements around already?
No, that's not good.
Then we begin.
They see in the complaint department.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anyone would like to know where the complaint department is, right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just got you out of Egypt. I sent you in the desert. Oh, you know, I forgot. I'm a god. I don't need food, but you guys are hungry, aren't you? You need food.
You know, like, what is 40 years anyway, if you think about it?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, with being this god thing, I didn't know that you would need to eat. I mean, I guess you guys can't do a damn thing for yourselves. I mean, I sent you out into the wilderness. But okay, all right, fine. I'm God. I could just pop a buffet out of nothing. Poof. Eat up.
James, it's quail.
Yeah, have a double helping of that quail. Yeah. Oh, what happened? You were hungry. I gave you what you wanted.
There is that passage in the Bible where, you know, they ask God for food because they are hungry. God gives them, in essence, a last meal, and they have quail and die.
That God who intelligently designed humans so that we have to constantly shove animals into our mouth and eat them so we don't die.
James, it is really the perfect process if you think about it. Things murdering other things, intelligently designed. Anyway, we then begin casting lots of land because I'm sure no one else is on them. Starting, of course, with the family.
They won't be alive for much longer, so.
Once again. This. Let's see what we got here. Yeah.
I don't hear too many complaints from dead people. I don't know about you, Amy. They seem to get very quiet after their.
That is the great thing about invading other nations' land, James. Once everyone's dead, or like the men anyway, because like the women and children, we can like take those.
Sometimes
the men. That's true. Sometimes you can take the men as servants. Every once in a while.
Sometimes the women and children. Sometimes you just kill them too.
That's right. Sometimes you just gotta genocide them all. James, it's a throw up in the air. Sometimes you gotta genocide people. Sometimes you gotta pillage and take them for your slaves. What I'm trying to say is this the perfect moral text.
Absolutely.
Got a double tap, even in the old days. But yes, starting with, that's right, you guessed it, the family of Benjamin. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time as we try to find ourselves in the diary of Jane. Click, 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 click.
Clickety-clack.
Click. That's right. What is up? Thanks, everyone, for joining us on the IntraTubes. I recently got my props organized, so I'm so excited tonight. That's right, baby. We are on the web.
It's like the warehouse from Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Yes. Or should I say?
Remember at the very end, they They take the Ark to a government warehouse, and it just gets put on a shelf somewhere in a box in a room that's like the size of the Costco from Idiocracy.
I will say a dirty little secret, which I should say. I've actually never seen one except for the recent one. I can now say that I have seen one.
Indiana Jones?
Yes.
You never saw the original?
I have seen clips. That's why I know so much.
Oh, come on. You got to watch Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I now need to. See, Rachel tells me that, like, the first one is the best. So I at least need to watch that one. But the latest one
Third one
I saw.
Good. The Last Crusade was good. Temple of Doom was kind of it was I liked it, but it wasn't as good as the other two.
Wasn't it? Well, this one had everything that I was promised. Okay, it had a archaeologist in a brown hat. It had at least one moment of him cracking his whip, and at least one moment, if not more, of punching, if not fighting Nazis. That's basically what I've been promised in Indiana Jones.
That's 1 and 3. Yeah, he's fighting Nazis in both of those. So yeah, just like Pat Lowinger does when he does archaeology.
Right. I assume that is what Pat is doing each and every time he goes into the field. Unlike creationists, too.
It's not a hard day's work unless there's a few dead Nazis.
Copyrighted. Also, sending love out there to everybody. Please don't forget on the inner tubes to like on YouTube because it helps us get out there on the algorithm. The algorithm.
Al Gore's rhythm?
Al Gore's rhythm. James, Al Gore has been trying to ward us of Man, Bear, Pig a long time. And, it turns out Man, Bear, Pig exist.
It does. I don't see it.
It does. That was, in essence, their way of admitting some degree, I think, that Al Gore was right. Because at least in South Park, Man, Bear, Pig is real. Probably not here. But in South Park, Man, Bear, Pig does actually become a real entity. Dun, 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 dun. You don't watch a lot of South Park, do you? Not a big South Park?
I don't watch a lot of South Park. No.
You should. See, what's funny is I think you would like it.
I probably would.
I've
seen little clips of it, but...
Because they're good at taking pot shots at kind of everyone. Including, as organized religion. In fact, they kind of made the Book of Mormon because of how silly they thought it is. Meanwhile, at least on the outer, as they're presenting themselves, Mormons are very nice. The whole in-group, out-group. Everybody's nice until you get thrown out of their group. And then they're like, ha, 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 we don't talk to you anymore. But, go check out the Book of Mormon. Go check out South Park. It's on its billionth season at this point. The only show that I can think that's still on is yes. I have heard it is a fantastic play because I've never seen it, but I want to see it. The Book of Mormon. Just like Avenue Q. I don't even know if Avenue Q is out.
The whole crew in the house tonight.
That's right. Speaking of which, you could follow us on twitch.tv/AmyNewmanSkeptic. But if you subscribe, follow, hit all these bell icons that hit us to all so you can see our premieres. I was going to do another bit and finish because I have half my Bud Light saga, my Breadwater saga. And then I'm going to have my second part of that, but I have Disturbed. I'm going to a Disturbed concert tomorrow, so I was going to do that, but there's that. So next week I'll finish.
Get down with the sickness.
Down business. Because James has seen it. I think I've said a funny side of it, but I feel like there's another side of it I want to hit, which is just corporations and their what's the word? When you're kind of flimsy fair weatherness.
Fair weather friends.
Yes. I'm starting to realize, well, and I made fun of, and still is true, that it was like the bottom level of what corporations should do. But I am afraid that it's now going to be an error, because what will happen in they're not going to do ads, and then, you know, in 10 years, it's going to be very brave to put us in an ad campaign, James. And so it's like the self-fulfilling prophecy that they want to, you know, we actually did have to be brave at a certain point and stand up. We still do to a lot of the hate. You can still feel levels, but we had to get a lot of our rights. And then it was sort of calming down. And then they realized the religious right, in my opinion. They're like, oh, shit, look at how much ground we're losing, and it's almost irreversible. And so here is their...
It's going to be irreversible, yeah.
Yes, I mean, in just the course of history, they sometimes have, you know, little wins, but generally speaking,
once you get gay marriage,
battles,
you're never going to be able to go back. And they know that now.
And they even in the fighting, it has to they have to start their paragraphs like, of course I'm fine with transgenders over here. But now it's the coming for the women and the children. You know, it's I was fine with it until they started coming for the kids. You mean religion? Because I'm pretty sure they've been actively trying to recruit. Not only do they actively try to recruit, they see nothing wrong with it, and they see it as a positive. They're like, of course we're supposed to. James, who else is going to push ideology on their children and push them into a literal blood cult?
I mean, you've got to teach them while they're young. Otherwise, if you try to teach an adult while they're about this crazy stuff, you know, they might start asking lots of questions. They might
get a little skeptical.
Right, yeah. But if you're a little kid and people that you love and respect and trust tell you, then you're probably going to believe it.
It is almost biological that we imprint on our parents and we take what they say, at least at a young age. Not all of us, but the vast majority of us just take what our parents say as theon.
At face value, yeah.
Yes, you start to get in your teenage years, you start to get a little older, you start to challenge those norms and values.
To a certain extent. Yeah.
But, yeah, and not only that, I think eventually you kind of swing kind of halfway. You kind of, if you disregard some of the stuff. I mean, I like some of the stuff that my parents are very secular, but now that I'm older, I understand them a little bit better. What was I saying? Nonetheless, you have a lot of authority and teaching value that even with bad information as a parent. And so they just naturally, just without thinking, because of the pew and because of your local, you know, your imam, priest, pastor, rabbi, that just pressing things onto children should be fun. Not only that, but almost all, if you were to look at all of their list of things that they're afraid of, like not just like pushing ideology and making sure that kids aren't critically thinking, but to a certain degree, body policing and genital mutilation, actual body mutilation. No questions asked. We are going to snip child because our God told you.
It is kind of funny that, you know, they're as big as they are about they're doing sex changes on toddlers, which they're not, but they are. But you know, there are lots of kids who get their genitals mutilated, and
daily basis.
Nobody has. It's not an issue for them. It's
you need to understand, James. God said so, and so
it's a little hypocritical there, don't you think?
The hypocrisy. Every time, I can't help it. I now have Norm in the back of my head.
The worst part is the hypocrisy.
Exactly. The worst part about the genocide, James, the hypocrisy.
Right.
Come on. No. Yahweh told me this is kosher. We got this. Do you have a medical degree? I sure do. I went to Bible University.
Professor Holen.
That's right.
Which, by the way, guys, 2 nights from now, we'll be debating him. Coming up. Newman versus Holen. The epic match. And Brett Keane will not be there to save Kenty this time.
I should
their
upload
Their first interaction, Brett was right there to back Kent up, and
what
Brett
it
Keane
ended up being, instead of a debate, was a conversation.
Yeah.
And so I took some pot shots, but I'll tell you, I noticed that a lot of the spiciness of my conversation, of my debates, may actually start from my opening statements, because I didn't do my opening in there, and
you wanted to do it, and Brett just wanted to go right into
open conversation,
his thing. Yeah.
And I understand that. Nonetheless, I think there is something to be said at taking an open pot shots at his style of 1970s slides that cherry pick information. I like paraphrasing, but it's like, atheism isn't true, neither is evolution. Stein, Stephen Jay Gould. You're like, yeah, I don't think he said that. I'm sure if you take all of the words individually, I'm sure at some point in multiple documents he did, but I feel like you're
have
a little here.
Over 27,000 slides. You can go to drdino.com. $50 will give you a copy of them all.
That's right. DVD number 5, James. Order now.
$50. You get all the slides. I'll give you a picture of me with each of my first 4 wives. You get to see me with Joe Hoven, me with Mary Toko, me with Cindy Lincoln, now me with Sandra, and a year or 2 from now, the 5th Mrs. Hoven will.
Indeed.
We'll save a spot for her.
Goddess bless her heart. Speaking of goddesses, go check out the Randolph Richardson /T-Jump/ everyone is awesome. Sending love to Ix and Pieter and all the users.
You guys just had that show on Sunday, didn't you?
Went right into it. It was fun. It was a little bit calmer, but I also enjoyed that, and I think that we still had great conversations. We get some solipsistic conversations. I think we had a guy who wanted to the redefining. My lamp is a god. Do you believe in God now? I believe in your lamp. Congratulations. I'm not going to worship it. I do love lamp, however,
we get that from time to time.
And then I'm trying to think.
Oh, if I want to just call the universe God, why can't I do that? Well, you can if you want. No one's going to stop you. But
that was.
Why would we want to do? Well, why would we not want to do that?
And his answer was like, to be theists. You're like.
Yeah. Why is that such a positive thing? Why would we want to invent a god?
But actually, now that I'm remembering, I remember that this was actually a little bit of a dishonest call, because I remember that this was his tactic, but he was a Christian. He was kind of a pre-sub that believed in Christianity, in a young earth and all the trimmings, but was like, but I just need to get you over. Just need to make you admit you're a theist and everyone has a god. No. No
gods here.
No. But sending so much love to Boo Boo Boo.
Well, we'll try to teach Dave. We'll try to teach Hoven something. He's pretty recalcitrant. Not much penetrates that skull of his, but we'll do our best.
Well, the one tactic, and I will say this, I mean, Kenny Baby, if you're listening, any of the creationists, our playbook is, I mean, we're the one, like Praise I Am. I mean, Big Bad Mama said, that, his tactic is normally dad jokes. Like we always say, he was trying, he wanted to be a comedian, but he couldn't, so he just went into preaching.
The Ned Flanders comedy circuit
exactly.
wasn't big enough.
Oh, Hawaiian SpongeBob Nidorino. But we'll go after that because, we'll just try to have some fun.
I caught my wife using my SpongeBob as a sex toy. Well, I wasn't there.
Why?
Honey, is there something I'm not doing for you?
James, I think you know where this has to go.
I was shocked.
So was I. Because you wouldn't believe which orifice it went in. Anyway, what was I saying? So sending love to praise, sending love to all of our live chat. That's what I was supposed to be saying. You can see our premieres or join our live streams. Like, what's up, live chat? What's
no
up,
skull
Big Bad?
fucking for Brett. Yeah, no skull fucking Brett.
I'm sending love. I lurk his channel, but I sometimes don't chat because then I feel like I have to join. He's had an atheist join, actually. He's had an atheist join on there that's been talking aliens the whole time. A new atheist. He's not Adam Lore or anything. He's someone who just started coming on, which I could just appreciate because, atheists. Atheists. Not the word you may not have thought I was going to use, but... there's something for both of us, James.
Not saying I told you so, but I told you
so. And then send love to Stephanie. Stephanie should go equipped with a doctorate. She did check it. And I will say, if you're saying either his or mine, I would like to go for my doctorate one day. And I already know what it is going to be, very, very specifically. Human-computer interaction. I've seen multiple universities that have doctorate programs for it. It oftentimes just deals with graphical user interfaces, but it actually is a wide variety of things of just how humans interact with different computers. And of course, if you know me well enough, the interaction that I ultimately want to create one day is an artificial means, but you gotta start somewhere.
Artificial means for what?
I think consciousness is physical. I think the way you can prove that and the way to prove my BMCSI model, my brain, mind, consciousness, sentience, introspection model in a physical form is to make it. Is the only way is to create an artificial system that, in my opinion, is fully conscious, and I am hoping that they're alive. They may not be. I actually think those are two separate categories. I think that it helps, it aids things. A lot of our conscious experience comes from being alive. And so I think to not just replicate it, but to get it, I think they have to really be, almost a flesh bag. I think that you can use silicone to get a flesh bag. You will, still mix water and, you could still have in essence, a nanotechnology that is trying to simulate what being alive is, and then you can add on layers so that you can go through the entire spectrum. Because once you have tissue and you're forming organs, then we can start to rearrange those organs into different systems. And then once we actually get those systems working, we can start to worry about a creature that actually is interacting in the world and being intelligent. And then we can talk about feelings and introspection and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Well, good luck to you. It sounds.
Thank you.
You're not aiming low. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I would only need. See, I'm not exactly sure how many years I would need with the masters. I'm trying to think if I would just need 2, or would you need 4?
Years to what? Get a doctorate?
To get a doctorate.
To build your machine.
Oh, get my machine. That's gonna be my life, baby. Oh my, I'm gonna be doing that for decades. No, to get a doctorate, I have to. Once I am really paying a good amount of my loan off, and I like have that under control, because it's coming. I haven't felt that wave yet. That wave because of COVID and because of how when they give you a deferments and all that. But once I have that all under control and wrapped up, then I would like to say, okay, I can put myself back in the system. I'm still kind of getting the bug. Interestingly enough, I'm getting kind of that bug fulfilled by grading papers and like teaching in this weird reverse effect where I'm still like in some ways in my content management system, I'm still in a Canvas or a Schoolology and all these different websites that, all these universities use. I'm just using it I feel like the fangirl that, is now writing fan fiction or something.
Amy already has her master's, Beamsy, so she's already got that.
That's right. I have 2, which is crazy. And the debt to prove it. I have a master's in information systems.
Oh, we remember going over that with Goldie.
Right. If I could start, I'll start all the way. I always feel like, because we had Sal who did. I rarely talk about it because I feel like it's, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of everything I accomplished. I want to continue on. I have the debt to match it, and I'm addicted to academia. Anyway, I have my associates in graphic design. I have a bachelor's in film and film and video with a specialization in visual effects. I have a bachelor's in game design and development. I have with the certificates or whatever. I have ad certificates and marketing and all that shit. I have a master's in information systems with a specialty in web design. That's why I teach a lot of web design courses. And then I have a master's in education with a specialty in applied education, which is a funny way of just saying teaching technology. I like teaching anything that Adobe touches, all these sorts of...
Well, I've got a doctorate in education, too. Specifically Christian education.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then my thesis...
I hope Mom Dad. No, I was just Mom Dad sitting about the computer. About being more like data, less like lore, which is Star Trek reference.
Look, I like Adam. He's always been nice to me. I wish he would believe more of the scientific things. But at least I'll take any person that's going to help convince a theist that there are all alternatives out there. I'm going to cough, excuse me. And so sometimes it just takes being, Adam is a friend of him. This new guy seems to be. I'm saying things just don't be on the nose, but whatever. It does feel like the spiritual war. It shouldn't have to be that way, I guess. Who is it?
They choose to wage it.
Exactly. If anything, we are weirdly the one time that I would say we're reactionary. I would say, in essence, we are reacting to theism. Saying things negative. I had one other point. My thesis was in gamification. I love gamification. I think
GAY-ification, by the way.
And
how to make society more gay.
Exactly. Well, it's slowly taking. I see it everywhere now, and so I think that it's going to only increase because gamification is, in essence, gamifying subjects that have nothing to do with game design. In fact, sometimes the further away from a technological subject, like fishing or something just random, sometimes the more effective. That doesn't mean you can't use it for technological. You can't gamify. You can gamify. You can add gaming elements to learning JavaScript or Java or C++ or whatever you want. But it does help with all of these other random subjects that have learning curves, because it is a great way to get people up there. Sometimes it doesn't hold people at the top level once you have mastered everything, but that is in essence the point of it, is to help at the learning curve level.
Introduce.
Yes, because it makes learning those skill sets so much more fun. Woo! Okay, I'm done ranting and showing off. This is why I hate talking about, because I do. Feels like I'm just saying, like, look how much I did.
Show it off. They all want to see it. Come on.
At least I went to an accredited university. Sending love to Kent Hopen.
I mean, just because mine's not accredited, I mean, what does that even mean anyway? I mean, okay, so one group of people says, oh, this school's accredited, this one's not, because they give money or because they teach evolution, so that school can be accredited.
I'm sorry, but science classes, biology, are going to teach.
Well, I just don't want my tax dollars to pay teach your religion in the public schools. It should be teach no religion then.
And let me just point out, I mean, I can completely agree with you, Sinister, that it can be misused. So an example of gamification, Amazon uses gamification heavily at their stations and stuff and all sorts of other things. You are, in essence, playing a really long game while you're putting items. They have literally two screens. You have a screen for what the task that you're doing, and you have a screen for the multitude of different games. Though I so badly wanted to change them. I was like, these need to be edited vastly. They could be so much better. Nonetheless, we were giving shout outs. This is what happens, James. We can't help ourselves.
It happened.
Sending love to Titan Uranus, the tied for the best name on the internet with Stupid Horror Energy. Doorknob Head, Stephanie Helms, Sinister Porpoise, Dave Rogers, Palmadad, Daryl Frost, Beamsy, Big Bam Mama, everybody out there, Dave Rogers,
the whole crew.
Keep on saying hi to us. We'll keep on saying hi to you. And all right, with that, we have a very specific contract. We have signed him for the next, I believe, 14 trillion years, I believe was the...
I mean, there is a 15th trillion year option on that we can extend it for another trillion years.
Yes, it says an optional trillion years, indeed.
Yeah, an additional trillion at the end.
But let's bring him. He's been waiting backstage with us in hell. Gilbert, what are we about to read?
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Woo! Thank you so very much, Gilbert. Always good to have you roasting and toasting with us. That's right. You can support the channel a multitude of ways. First of all, we're going to say hi and send love no matter who you are. If you just tag us as well at James W. or at Amy Newman, we'll continue. But if you want to support the channel, a great way to do so is by sending in super chats, and we'll show them on screen and talk about them, and I'll do a little dance, and
look at this
so
here.
much
Look
fun.
At this here. Look at this here from this Titan Uranus. I'm very proud of my alma mater.
In the desert.
I'm very proud of my. I don't know if Titan's proud. I'm proud of my alma mater. It's. I worked very hard on my doctorate. It is a real degree. If you want to call me Bubba, call me Bubba. But I'm very proud of my my education.
It also does come with magic underpants. We just want to put that out there for everyone. Yes, very specifically. But yes,
sexy?
Very sexy. The Mormon underpants are not sexy. They're like an extreme version of tidy whities. Like, oh God, if there was any more of a symbol to tell you that Joseph Smith was straight, just no fashion design choices going into this thing at all. But James, you know, it's religion, so
he wasn't much of a fashion designer, was he?
No, not at all. Cough
again.
He
wasn't a good liar either.
He was not. I don't know how people believe. I guess because, you know, people have good intentions. Apparently, they also tell them different stories. There's a little bit of Scientology going on, but, you know, I don't know. A lot of nonsense. Sent in love, Dave Rogers,
like obvious bullshit.
Robeeb. There are people out there saying, yeah, look, Sinister's saying out there, I bet, yo, Sinister, I get, I'm just now thinking this now that you say this. I guarantee you there is someone that has a fetish for those Mormon underpants. Ooh. Stretch them up, baby. Yeah, get them as tight and as low as you can get them. Anyway.
Tighten that anus.
Tight. Oh, as often as we can. That's what they do, James. Anytime they're around an LGBTQ person, they're like, oh my God.
Titan, I never said I was Josh Bowen. No, I'm not Josh Bowen.
No one's Josh Bowen.
I never claimed to be Josh Bowen, but I'm very proud of my alma mater, my doctorate degree. PhD, it stands for Post-Hole Digger.
Yeah, I was going to say, we need to get Josh on this podcast so he could talk about his, like, really, really long experience with the Old Testament. I feel like that. It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. I'm also I'm getting into Bert Arvin now. Might take one of his classes. He offers like a $15 class on there. I'm all interested about the gospel, not mentioning him not being God, at least until the fourth John. John's like, sup, he's God.
Got Sumami out there. Hey,
what's up, Sumami? Always lovely having you on. A bunch of you in here. Always lovely seeing you, because I know you always come on and give us backup when we go off into the Discords or when creationists are coming on and sending love. Electric Monk, though we kind of also like it when the creationists come on to us, so please.
Like taking a bottle of Jack Daniels and breaking it against the bar top and then stabbing somebody in the neck with it.
I assume that's what happens in every theological debate. It was just funny. I've been reading. That's another thing I was looking at. Just the more of the history of the church and just the Protestants and the Catholics going at each other. And man, just nothing but Hatfield and McCoys. I tell you what.
Well, it was heartwarming to see the other day. We haven't seen Praise doing an anti-Smokey video. We haven't seen that.
I did see that. I didn't see the video, but I did see the graphic, which is just funny.
Praise they were all celebrating because I guess they did a review of his subscribers. So for a day, they bumped Praise all the way down to 200 subscribers. So
really?
They were all they were all saying, "Oh, look, that's his real subscriber count. It's like 250 subscribers." And then he got them back. I don't know.
See, I don't know what his true subscribers is. I know he's releasing streams now that are like, my subscribers are very real. And
Smokey's like, yeah.
But see, here's the two options.
Subscribers and not even be able to get 200 views for a video. It's kind of embarrassing.
Well, there's another option. The other option is he has no audience. Like, those are the two options, right? Either he bought subscribers or he has 14,000 people in which he gets subscribers for actually around the subscriber count that we have, which I love our audience. I think our audience to like our subscriber to viewer ratio and all that
very good.
Shows that we have a very active community. I'm actually extremely proud, and I feel like we have earned every subscriber. It is, I don't know, it's just a little weird to have 14,000 and to
be able to get 30 or 40 people on a live stream, which we can do with 1,500, but
one or two options, James. Like I said, it could be as 14,000 subscribers, but no one wants to. What the hell is the Trinitarian debate that they have? Oh, James, it's hard. Like, basically, I am on my edge of my seat when they argue that shit. You have no idea.
Yeah, he was arguing salvation against the smokester.
Is Smokey back?
It's funny because a year or a year and a half ago, Praise agreed with Smokey about salvation. Now they don't agree anymore.
Are you at only 38 more, Stephanie? Sending love to all atheist content. You guys should be looking at Atheist Junior. You should be looking at Aaron Ra. You should be looking Matt Dillahunty and Jimmy.
Does someone have her link in there, Titan? You can post her link, Stephanie's link.
But you should be checking out because her next hallmark would be 1,000 because we need to get everyone up to monetization the legal way, the right way. I'll be honest with you, James. I don't really care all too much about generally always doing the legal thing, but I care about doing the right thing. And so when they align, it's like, oh, I'm really cool. But
Hoben just claimed he was broke and his subscriber rate decreased at the same time.
Another person to look up to, Kent, who openly said he bought subscribers.
I think the way he spends money on that place there, I think he really just mismanages the money that he gets for his compound there, his cult compound. Like, because from listening to it, like the way he wants to do things, like that ends up costing more money in the long run, and and the place still looks like it's like ramshackle, half-assed put together.
It probably looks like it's from the 70s. It probably looks like his slides, like it hasn't been updated at all.
He's not like an architect. He's not a construction foreman, but he likes to like manage those things, but doesn't really know what he's doing in those fields. So, yeah. Instead of paying somebody competent to do it, who actually knows what they're doing, has experience, and he'll do it, but the results will be shit.
Do you do content, Titan? I mean, if so, go to Titan.
I don't think Titan does content.
Sending love out there. I don't know. He said subscribe to me. I view you as the universal admin. Electronic Monk, what's up? What's up, everybody? If I say your name 2 or 3 times, it's just because I love you. Yes, tons of way to send, tons of fun, tons of ways. A super chat. You can, as well as the super thanks once the show is done, but as well as our channel membership, which has not only been growing, but I have updated the channel membership, which is in viewed at the bottom. I actually need to flip it, but everyone who should be on there, flip it good, because I feel like it should be the people who join the latest should be the first, and then it should go. But I just wanted to update it, and so I have it just up there, so at least everyone's name that should be is up there. I am trying to not only work on that, but pump it all up. We are doing the Patreon only stream this month. We're not only the AMA, which is for our supporters, but for everyone as well. But even if there is just one person or nobody there, we will do the Patreon only stream. Anyway. It'll be released to only Patreons, and then it'll be released to everybody. Because we're trying to rebrand all of that kind of stuff. In fact, you can find our Patreon at clickety-clickety-clack. .clickety-clickety-clack.
Stephanie's going to become Pine Creek's main nemesis, I'll tell you what.
Can I tell you?
For Pine Creek. And
because that is a complicated thing. They're like having a thing, Matt and Pine Creek. I mean, I've been a fan of Matt Dillahunty for years, and so I know where that is. I've just recently been getting into Pine Creek stuff within the past few months. I think that he is good on his atheism. I think that he's had numerous conversations that I think it's going to be hard for him to have the position that he has on trans. Like, just I've seen Jefferson Spatchcock have a really good conversation with Pine Creek. I have now seen Danny from Phi Talk. Go check out Danny. Had just had a really good conversation with Pine Creek on being transgender. And his thing recently was, why is being transgender any different from the Holy Spirit? And where the Holy Spirit, in my opinion, tends to be this concept that is not only unfalsifiable, but it seems to be this mechanism that is outside of time and space, where we're really just saying with gender, we're talking about gender norms. But that's sending love to all the politics, not politics. It saddens me that these subjects, like I said, it's like an up, down, because it should have been, the fight should have ended with transgenders in the military. We should be fighting for intersex people or for neurodivergent people. We should be fighting for just lower income people. We're not going to be fighting for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about women's bathrooms. And James, if we don't talk about women's bathrooms, how are you going to even sleep at night? If you think about it. You know what I mean?
What about the high school girls volleyball team or swim team?
James, these are issues. If we do not get to the bottom of women's volleyball sport, like, I don't think that we're going to be able to make nuclear deals with Iran or really anywhere around the world. Do you see how I feel like these are on equal footing? And
basically,
I don't even know why we're talking about one of those subjects. Anyway, but they forced my hand. It's not just me, James. It's not just me bringing it up. They just are obsessed about it, and I just have to talk about it on the sidelines because they hate identity politics, James, because they hate it. They hate it so much they have to talk about it 24/7. Anyway, double anyways. We've had 2 scoops of anyways now. That's right. Our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. It's in there. It's on there.
It's there.
It's there. It really does help support the show. It's one of the best ways because of how all of the I'm not going to complain about the YouTube. I know that a lot of the content creators out there, I don't know. The TOS has been sometimes it's a pain in the butt, but it hasn't been any pain in the butt more than any other mechanism that I would assume handling money that you would deal with. Like I don't know. It's the people I notice that are like, we're spreading misinformation day in and day out. Why are ads? James, we're trying to explain why transgenders are lizard people. I do not understand why Kleenex doesn't want to put ads on my video. But yes, why are they so worried about... Oh, that's another thing. Women's bathrooms and not men's. It's kind of sexist. They do not give a flying about trans men or men as much as they're really, when it comes down to it, activist about religion. If you think about it, because they don't give a shit about women or children. And in essence, they don't try to really fight for men like anyway. You had that like weird men's rights activists or whatever the fuck. Now they're just being like, someone please, if we let a trans person in the bathroom, our heads will explode. But yes, they don't care about transgender men because it's not as spicy to talk about. Admit it, they did not wash your hand. You just had enough lube and they were so loose it slid right up to the elbow with no force. Okay, well that goes without saying. All right? At that point, we're just having a fantastic... It's not really a promise or a guarantee. It's just a nice weekend. Anyway, sending so much love, Patreons. Our channel membership, it's been growing. You can see it on there. Evolving badge system. Evolution is a subject that triggers creationist. Just for whatever reason. Oh, because of the diversity of life. Also, we need to have mechanisms, and we do. We can explain to very nuanced degrees how evolution functions and how diversity of life comes to be. But, James, they have a extremely well-detailed theory about how God made all the animals. Would you like to know it?
Yeah, let me know.
Bada, bada, whoo! Did it work?
What was that?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry?
Bada, bada, bing! Huh. Oh, god damn it. I see now. It says, wand only works if not a tranny. Signed J.K. Rowling. God damn it! I'm just kidding. I love J.K. Rowling. I actually like the Harry Potter books. I just think she's in the closet. I'm the only one saying that. Everyone takes all these other positions on that. I'm saying every time, James, there are only two categories, okay? Religious or in the closet. And she has a website with a male name writing male erotic fan fiction. It's the second time we brought up fan fiction in the podcast. I'm just...
Interesting.
But religious
Mother
people
with honey
use her.
Throw her into an anthill.
Or just throw her in honey and, like, throw her to a pack of gay men. Because that's clearly what she's into. And, girl, I got nothing wrong with that. I like me some gay guys, too. Ask Rachel. We want to go to a gay bar. Gay bar. But don't, get in a tizzle about it. But that's what happens. They do this with detransitioners. They do this with people like J.K. Rowling. Is the religious right gets a hold of her, and then they start doing all this shtick. All right, I'll stop talking about it. James, eventually I'm not going to have to talk about it at all. It's going to be so boring.
It'll be over.
It will be. And we can just 100% focus on religion, which is, I think, the problem. Like, if we were measuring dots on a graph, like we were trying to build that, that conspiracy type of thing, every time we tried to add a new dot or we tried to add a new, like, string, somehow it would always point back to religion. That's why we do what we do, because everything else is a symptom. Their bigotry, even a lot of their misogyny, probably stems from the fact that it's like, hey, this book says women shouldn't teach. Now, there's cultural things. We can't excuse that for everything, but it sure ain't helping. I'll tell you what.
You know, I was reading about the other day, like how bad it's gotten for the women now again in Afghanistan.
Oh, Taliban! I was about to read that. Oh my! They stop education for women past the 3rd grade.
No more secondary school for girls. Yeah.
Yo, I get shit for this. Okay, this is an unpopular opinion. Okay, and I can't do anything about it. I get told all the time. Like, they're like, if you feel this way, then go grab your fucking M4 or whatever, your AK, whatever you want, and go over there. But I hate the fact that we left, okay? I wasn't a fan that we went into Iraq, Afghanistan. We had to go after at least the guy who, did the 9/11. We didn't have to, I understand going into even authoritarian. I don't think we should have done either of those. But once you're there, we had changed their lives. We had actually, if you're going to be freedom fighters, fight for freedom. It's not, we could say all this. You could tell me about the billions and the trillions. I understand. But it's like, are we going to defend? Do you actually care about the women and children? Do you care about humans? Do you care about our values, which I don't think are Western values? I kind of reject that phrase, because what happens is you remove religion. It's the Christians really trying to, where you remove religion and you get secularity everywhere you go. Boop, 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 boop.
No conflict between secular values.
I mean, you still can get authoritarian rulers and all this shit. I'm not saying you can't get strongmen and all this. It breaks my heart that you have literal versions of The Handmaid's Tale. And, there's nothing we can do. I'm an epileptic tranny. The notion of me going over there. If they told me that one epileptic tranny going over to Afghanistan would make the difference and it would free everyone, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know what the game plan should be, except for me just complaining about it loudly. That's all I really can do.
Just flirt with the Taliban. Get them to leave.
Indeed. Just thinking about things. I've had Muslim clients way back when. I've had parties and drank with Muslims. Good, it's
Saudi princes, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That would be funny. I don't know about that. But just, the more liberal and secular Muslims who are LGBT, and they're like, listen, I pray a certain amount of times a day and I like my liquor. We're like, okay.
And I like girl dick.
Like that girl dick. Yeah, it breaks my heart. It's not about it actually is an enemy to fundamentalism. It's not just Islam. I'm sure the Christians would get a wild boner if they could do it. They wish they could do it. They just don't say that out loud. They try to give us pats on the back and want golf claps because they're like, hey, we don't throw you off a roof. Thank you.
Not yet, anyway.
Exactly. Well, what they generally are thinking, they don't finish that sentence. They're like, we don't throw you off the roof, either anymore or not
well, we
yet.
Probably should be, but
exactly. But they want a golf clap for it. Yay, James. And it's true. Their book says murder us, and we have potty trained them to the point where they don't anymore. Can Congratulations, you are not a piece of shit where you're a mass murderer because of your holy book. Because you see that. I see, shout out. I see Apostate Prophet, who I love, I think is great, but I see him do a lot of David Wood. The only time that I like hearing David Wood is that when he argues with Muslims, he sounds like an atheist. Like he sounds silly the moment that it's like he speaks about anything about Christianity. Apparently that's the one thing holding him back from being a sociopath. But Christianity, Islam, Judaism, these religions. Anyway, we've also been due for a Bible study, a Bible study, so don't mind this extra long friggin' housekeeping. We can't help ourselves. Remember to hold their ears. That helps with holding your liquor. That's right, baby. Hold your nose. That's what helps. Anyway, shout outs. So much love to you. In fact, we might as well just say, if you support us enough, that sounds weird. Support us enough. Well, we have different tiers. A lot of love. This is our shout outs. We love you for supporting us. Sending love out to the one and only, the amazing and fabulous Rachel Holen.
Thanks, Rachel.
Reminding us that slavery is kind of evil. Kind of, as in like it always was. It was back then and still is. And your God should have known that. I guess like, James, but everyone was doing it. Come on. I know that I just pushed a kid off a slide, but everyone was doing it. So it's kind of right if you think about it. Not really, but okay. No. She would also like to tell you that there is another type of slavery. I can now hear her. That's in the background, and it's just wage slavery. But I like a market, James. I can't help it. I like my private property. See, look. See how you noticed? You see what I did there? I just like.
We see it. Yeah, they saw it.
I can't help it. I continually want to whittle down these words. I cannot help myself. Because what happens, it's not just in the liberal and the atheist and the secularly. Because what happens is the religious, the conservatives, all those people, they're just as politically correct as they complain about political correctness. Because in the moment or in this one subject or in this one instance, it's happening to them. They then turn around and do it every time, all the time. Cancel culture is ripe right now. If you are a conservative, it just depends on your icon. And I always get this. They're like, well, you're very politically correct. You're saying you like trannies and gay marriage is fucking hot and minorities should be supported. It's like, yeah, because political correctness, it depends on your audience. You know, I've bombed at least once before, and that where a lot of cowboy hats were, James. There were a lot of
were there now?
And you feel it. You feel waves of people not laughing, not clapping, just waves of disagreement. It means in that moment, I was being politically incorrect. I was saying things that the audience was not agreeing with. I was just saying what I thought, though, unfiltered. So, yes, I'm going to keep on saying that. I'll tell you the thing that's been haunting me, though. Cancel culture, accountability. See, but I'll tell you. But where I'm finding, I think them going after Bud Light right now is a version of cancel culture. It's just that they're doing it right now. For the life of me, I cannot figure out. I'm going to cough again. What the Dylan Mulvaney did wrong, except for existing. Like, I need to elaborate that a little bit more, because I just said that in my one bit, but I feel like, because she's young. She's not supposed to have done anything but exist. And so, she's fucking 26 years old. So, you know, when you're young, you think it's you feel like you're a fully functioning adult. I guess 26. You're finally past the 24, but still, the 20s is young, and it just seems very random. It seems like they just picked her as a cultural thing. I'm pissed that a little bit that they abandoned her. I think they should have came out. I think that what they should have said is, look, we're okay with frats. We're okay with country and rural, and we support our LGBTQ brothers, sisters, and everyone in between, and we don't care. We're going to take a loss. We're going to do whatever because we support everybody, including our gay, lesbian, trans, bi.
And that's what they'll come out and say in the 2 years from now. They'll say that's what we should.
Something.
That's what we should have said, and they know it. They know it.
They do. Well, they was a good. Well, listen. I mean, as I am now teaching a visualization of data class. One of the things to think about is target market. You know, they talk about how, you know, supposedly the marketing executive called them fratty. But what she really said was, right now, Bud Light has an image of being fratty, and we're trying to expand it. But, Thames, you don't know how hurt they are. And we are not going to buy it. We're not going to buy it until she apologizes for calling us fratty.
Fratty? You're fratty?
Yes. You know, the beer that often comes in a can, gets crushed on your head, comes in a keg, gets held in a hand with a woo. It's supposed to be fratty. Like, I don't know what the insult is. And then the other thing is that the true thing is that it was a trans person. Like, they say it was because they called them fratty, but it's because a trans person was on not even a can that they got. You couldn't even get your own Dylan Mulvaney can. Like, they did an ad campaign that lasted like a week, which is nothing. And so it is a I don't know. It's a made-up issue. It's something that we're going to have to deal with because they're trying to scare people. And I hope that one day it fizzles. I know it's going to fizzle eventually. There's only so many. You can't be angry at nothing for so long. Keeping plates.
There you go.
Plates up. Keeping plates up. What's that? I'm like trying one of the worst. So, well, and yeah, I mean, it's exactly. But is it better than any of the other light beers? Exactly. My thing is, it's exactly their clones. Bud Light, Coors Light, and Miller Light. They all did Pride events around Pride. They all did the minimum amount of go gay.
Yes, we're on board too.
Yeah,
like gay people.
But see, this is the thing, James. Like, we make fun of them for being like, look how brave they are. But now, when they actually do an LGBTQ thing, because there may be a stop because of this. Now, in like 2 years or whatever, am I going to have to be like, look how brave they are? Because they actually are supporting. Here's a company that's actually supporting a trans person.
They get them. They'll be able to be lauded again a second time.
Exactly. But see, if the religious right don't want us to be like, look how brave we are. Oh, how brave we are. Don't make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Don't make it this culture war where you actually have to be brave to do the minimum amount of effort to support LGBTQ people. That's what I mean. They want me to be talking about it more. They want me to be talking identity politics. I have to almost fight the impulse. Because it really is. I think that religion is not the Lord Vader, because even Lord Vader is not the one pulling strings. Oh my gosh, I'm trying. Lord Dooku, is Dooku much older? Lord Sidious. Anyway, there is someone.
Sidious is the Emperor. Dooku, he was.
Yes, there's people above Darth Vader, and so we need to focus on those people that are actually pulling the strings, because they don't give about trannies. They're just using that to make the other people be mad. They probably have sex with. They probably do. Speaking of, Ken Hoven, they probably have sex with,
Trannies, men.
or is that Alex Jones? One of them. Anyway. It's also not woman face. That's my other last thing. Like, woman face is insulting for a very specific reason. Woman face. I just said it. Blackface is insulting for a very specific reason. You are degrading a group of people for who they are. You are using extreme stereotypical, which often have nothing to do with who someone is. Instead, someone can have the exact opposite characteristics. Someone can have dark skin and straight hair. So you're using stereotypes with a transgender person. They are saying they're a set of gender norms. I identify with those gender norms, and that's just who I am. I'm not trying to speak about anyone else. There is no one else in the situation. There are a set of gender norms I apply to myself. Norms. Norm McDonald's.
Yes.
Exactly, James. Where were we? I said one
Patreon.
person. One person. I can't, James, we're going to be going to bed at 8 a.m. Anyway, Rachel Holen. We love her so much. Sending love to davegar.
Thanks, Davegar. Thanks, Rachel.
Sending love to Davegar, reminding us that the earth is round. Round and thick, baby. That's also how we like it. 4.5 billion years old, and that oblong sphere. I think a little, like 14 miles bigger.
That oblate spheroid, yeah.
Ba-da-bum. So sending so much love. I saw him out there, I think in the chatosphere, at least the comments, trying to get that community. I love posting the community tab. I've been doing memes, post the memes. Today, yeah. I can't. I'm posting more polls, which have been enjoyable.
Polls.
And lots of other fun stuff. Doom. Who else? Sending love to James Wolfe. Sending love. James Wolfe, so much love from him. We see him all around. I see him out there in the YouTube community. We are sending love to him. Trying to remember if he said that his daughter was going into like some sort of college program or university program. If so, congratulations to him. I'm trying to remember. If not, just sending love to James Wolfe. We howl at the moon. And woohoo! Really? Is that true? Is your pep more likely to be left-handed? I just always find it funny that, just like James said, they focus on transgender women. That's purposely. That's not, because statistically, we are actually, I believe, like half and half, which I think would be very surprising to a lot of people. But, it is the narrative that it is, because that is not beneficial to attack transgender men in men's sports. They just are like, transgender men in the bathroom. You got it, James. It has to be save the women or children while you're cutting funding for, single moms and education.
Precisely, yes.
Anyway, sending so much love, and James Wolfe, and sending
pull yourself up by the girl deck. By your girl deck.
Exactly. Oh, they love that. You got to pull yourself by your own bootstraps. I was born in a very privileged position. I have to just keep on point. And so I am, without a remiss, I think it's easy to be entitled and just to feel like these are things, this is the life. It's just, you have maybe ups and downs, but generally life is, it's pretty good. That's a very lucky, life to have. That's the life we all want to have. We all want to have for our children. And yet, we got to push to make the world better for everybody. Or I forget the veil of ignorance, right? Where we want to we want to have a society where we could imagine where if we just rolled the dice again and we were a completely different makeup, we would have just as many opportunities to succeed as anyone else.
For you and for me and for half the country.
As well as sending love to Chris the Cyborg, reminding us that we have many theists. We have Christian and Muslim Jews. The point of being a skeptic is about questioning one's beliefs. And so if you're questioning your beliefs, if you have a little bit of doubt, even 99% sure of something, you at least are available to the conversation.
Willing to look at new information.
What also bothers me is the people that get upset. They're like 99%. Why are we even talking? That's like basically so far gone. And then we ask them, how certain are you or something? They're like, 110% God exists. The standard.
100,000,000,000%.
I was about to say God lives in me. God gives me a handy. That's not even so far from some of the claims. We have both gotten claims now that angels have had sex or God has had sex. Have we had sex with angels yet? I don't know. We've had claims of God having sex with humans, and we've had claims of Satan, or at least demons, having sex with
We have
humans.
heard that, yeah.
Which
once
means
again, your only question is, what are you doing wrong that they're not showing up for you, Amy?
I know. Why didn't I get the invite? That also leaves open the hypothesis that there could be a theoretical, orgy between man, God, and Satan. Just putting that out there. James, that's the Trinity we never knew we needed.
Select the whole set.
That's right, man.
3 gods.
3 gods.
But they are really just one God.
3
but
gods
no,
for the price of one.
they are actually 3. It is very
If you
nuanced.
pick them up and look under, you'll see that they have 3 sets of genitals.
Is that so?
Yes. Holy Spirit just goes crazy. That's where the it's girl, guy, and everything in between. Anyway, we have sending so much love as well out to Ian Davenport, reminding us that our skeptic arguments are kind of, we've listened to all of the apologetics, and at this point we're going kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Please give us something better than the Watchmaker, Pastel's.
That don't impress you much.
The contingency argument, which is the hottest. James, cosmological arguments, they feel is like the top tier. I guess it's better than like the zombie Jesus, but because it allows them to not talk about their God. It's all Muslims talk about. Like, I have never had every time I bring up the ant story, they're like, that's in the Quran. I'm like, yes, that is very much in the Quran. It's an entire chapter, an entire surah called the ant.
But
these are basically
your
science
aunt
books. Yeah, that's right. Don't forget to call your aunt. Have Solomon call him. Or her. So sending so much love, Ian Davenport, and sending so much love to the one and the only Reid, reminding us that we have a Skeptic Bible Study. That's what we're doing. We're kind of ribbing on the Abrahamic religions, but eventually we do actually get to the chapter.
We promise we'll get there eventually. At some point.
At some point. So sending so much love, Reid. It is lovely having you support the channel. Lovely having you on the Skeptic and Ranting Team Girl Deck. The girl deck is 15 feet long for anyone who was asking. But yes.
Mr. Newman, find your way to the debate.
Haven't heard her. They all slowly just give up on their apologetics. Or maybe they go somewhere else. Or maybe they take their lithium. James, the options are limitless. Anyway, I'm going to be right back 1 second, and then we are going to jump into our Bible study. We're having fun. We are, in fact, breaking Benjamin. But tomorrow, not tomorrow, well, technically tomorrow, but tomorrow, Thursday, check out James W. and Amy Newman versus Ken Holen.
That'd be fun. I can't. It's only another day away. 2 days from now, we'll be having that debate. This has been a long time in coming. That Amy's been trying to get a debate with Dr. Dino himself. Hasn't been easy. It's been a long time to get it going, but this is real. It's happening. We plan on having an after show, hopefully on Atheist Junior's channel after that. If you don't know who that is, you're about to find out. He's a really great guy, a really good YouTuber. He puts out a lot of good content on Ken Hoven. That seems to be like his primary target. But, you know, if you're going to do something, do it well. And he certainly does that. He does it really well. So, yeah, look forward to that. It'll be, it's kind of a different format than a lot of their previous debates, where there is open mic portion after it. So it's a shorter formal debate, and then there's an open mic period after that. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Amy knows. We know Ken's script. We're pretty, we're pretty familiar with all that. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And Kent is, we've wrangled with him a few times. I've wrangled with him a few times already. So. Anyway, he doesn't know what he's getting himself into, because he's behaved poorly in the past when talking to trans people. So he might get a little cheeky. We might have to smack him around a little bit, but hey, if that's what it takes, we'll be there to do it. He's probably well, you know, he's a little sad because he doesn't have Matt Powell there anymore. He is Matt Powell-less. And yeah. Can't wait to hear about the 15 feet, Ken. Atheist Junior, so having an after show on his channel, that'll be really good. Because, yeah, his channel has been growing. I think he's over 8,000 subscribers now. Matt Powell left. He left Dinosaur Adventureland, what was that, like 2 or 3 months ago, right before Kent's YouTube channel got taken down, before he got kicked off of YouTube for buying subscribers. It's about a week or two before that Matt Powell, for some reason, he just decided to leave. I don't know why. He decided to leave Dinosaur Adventureland, go back to wherever he came from. I think that was Michigan, somewhere up north. Moved Powell family back up north. But I mean, Kent doesn't need any help being a bigot and anti-LGBT asshole, so he can do that all on his own without. He doesn't need Matt Powell's help for that one. He doesn't. If you remember, last time he debated a trans person, he asked their partner, which she probably shouldn't have brought him into the debate, but whatever, she did. And then Ken Hoven asked her if she had a penis in the middle of a debate, because that's what he really wants to know. And yeah, that was pretty much par for the course, but Oh, Matt Powell, yeah, he's got kids. I think he's got 2 kids, 1 kid. He has made his line has made it to the next generation, so we're not done with the Powells yet. It's evolution. I tell you, they reject it, but it's a bitch sometimes, and he has managed somehow, some way to propagate himself further. That's why Ken. Well, I guess that's the excuse Ken always had for having pacifiers around for his pacifier play. Because Matt Powell had a baby there, so it's okay for them to have pacifiers. Well, Sinister, I don't know if Kent actually has a whale penis at Dinosaur Adventureland. He probably should. He's got enough pictures of them. God damn. He's got more pictures of that than just about anybody, but I don't know if he actually has one at DAL. I bet you would, if he could get one on the cheap, he would. He is a penologist. But he did a he was doing a series on how different types of animals reproduce. He had his famous penis size chart where he was comparing the penis size of various animals compared to their body size. You know, compared to their body size, how big is their penis? Important scientific research taking place at Dinosaur Adventureland. Very important. It's all about science. They have a science center there. They're very scientific. Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Science center. Sex offenders on campus. It's fun for the whole family. Bring your kids.
They may not last, but yeah, bring your kids.
You saw on this waiver here that we're not responsible for anything Chris Jones does. We believe that he is totally innocent of the numerous times he's been convicted by juries and courts, but we think he's innocent. It's a setup, Amy. It's a setup. He's been set up.
It's the only time that they ever peer review anything is when they have a jury peer review them for, sometimes Ken's been a gravity teacher.
There was nothing wrong with that strip poker game, and it never happened. It never happened. He never played strip poker with those kids, and there's nothing wrong with playing strip poker with young boys.
Exactly. That is a completely heterosexual thing to...
Heterosexual...
Completely not that word, that TOS. Well, yeah, that's a little... Though Smokey and Khalil know that word.
He was trying to teach the boys a lesson because one of them had taken their clothes off. So he did this game to try to teach them a lesson about taking your clothes off. Kind of like Jesse Lee Peterson style. Like,
that's how you get a man's job.
Okay, drop your drawers. Let me see. Which, by the way, the one guy who came out, he says in a counseling session, Jesse Lee Peterson told him to drop his pants.
Well, I was gonna say Kent is actually a proctologist, but it was the weirdest eye exam. Or I think it should be backwards. Either way, one of those. It's an eye doctor.
Why is Jesse Lee Peterson telling me to take my pants down? And he said Jesse Lee Peterson looked down at it, then just kind of looked it up at him and smirked. He's like trying to rationalize this to himself, like, why is he looking at my dick? And he's like, oh, well, maybe he's just trying to teach me like absolute obedience, like therefore, if I tell you even something crazy like take your pants off, you'll do it just because I told you.
Your answer. Now you have your answer on what he was thinking about. He's always focused. Sometimes you got to think about the D. Except, once again, he has done many gravity experiments on his wife and former wives. I should say former wives. Who knows about this one?
But not the D for women, Amy, because a woman can't give oral sex to a man. That would be horrible. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Aha! And all right, with that, I think we are going to
say that's a man's job.
That's a man's job. I did, and I just realized I was muted.
Yeah, you muted. Only a man could give oral sex to a man.
Exactly. You wouldn't want all those. A woman.
Those nasty women.
Sinister says, in calc and discrete mathematics, I was not thinking about the D. I was thinking at least about the C.
There you go, Sinister.
And with that, we are going to be moving on.
She likes getting D's.
That's right, baby. Once again, to be the teacher's pet is okay, as long as
He
you
did
get
body
treats.
slam that poor lady. Yeah.
Once again, he's a physicist, kind of. Went to University of Basement. But during
I was just standing there and she came at me. I'm just defending myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're sure.
Just like that kid in the lake was defending himself from the water.
Well, I'll tell you, Amy, all the kids that didn't die had a great time. They would come back.
It's true. It's true. Can't argue with that. During our Skeptic Bibles, we try to greet everyone on screen. However, we're looking to pour some water on that dry text. So send in your questions, thoughts, and one-liners. Night Sinister! To James W. or myself at Amy Newman, as well as sending love for all the support with all the super chats. After the chapters are done, we normally have an open mic where you can tell us about all the wisdom you thought about what we just read. And hey, if this is your first time to the series, you may be asking, what version of the Bible?
Women can't come on the open mic and talk.
No,
that
exactly. We only allow Jills, very specifically people who are afraid of women.
We're going to have a woman talk to us about the Bible? No.
It's a man's job. Anyway, what version, you may be asking, what version of the Bible are we about to read? Why, what a fantastic question, which brings us to our categories.
Categories, she said.
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Woo! What is up, everyone, and welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study. On the previous episode, everyone gets an atonement. Allotment? Atonement. It's land. Everyone gets land. We continue the book of Joshua as he gave Now my English. It's better if I speak French. Actually, I can't speak that either. We're all, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Gotta let a cat out because she's mewing. They all have their own way of saying I want to go in and out. Some mew, some scratch. Anyway, we continued the book of Joshua as he gave Judah's, hey Jude, allotment. Allotment. Yeah, it's an allotment. We spoke about Caleb's daughter and the allotments for Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim for a land-grabbing good time in Joshua chapters 15 and 16. In this episode, Breaking Benjamin, we continue the book of Joshua, chapters 17 and 18, with more allotments. But the children of Joseph complain. Then we begin casting lots of land, starting with the family of Benjamin. So join us for a good time as we try to find our place in the Diary of Jane. Woohoo!
You found it?
We did. And okay, I'm going to, because I want to say this word over and over. Allotments. They're stealing people's land. Woo! Hashtag Skeptic Crew, baby. And all right.
This land was your land, now it's mine.
This land was your land. Now this land is my land. Yeah, basically. Anyway, I mean, that is history, but it is just funny how they kind of they justify it by God.
Oh, God told us, yeah.
Sure, definitely. But let's get into it. More allotments for Manasseh and Ephraim. James, edge on your seat entertainment, as the Bible always is.
Only
And they
the Bible
say this
can
is
do
the
it.
best book ever. The best book.
It's the largest selling book in the history of the world.
The number one selling. That must mean it's good. So our first category, as you can see how good it's going to be, these are heart-pounding chapters, basically a roller coaster. I also want to warn anybody who has epilepsy that this has no effect on you. So that warning's out there. And so,
Like watching a hot action movie with Richard Gere or...
exactly. Sending so much love also to women, because that's just another category that the Bible is known. Women, James, we need to be strong and powerful, and you're going to see this because they're probably going to be sold back and forth.
I won't even let women come in my house here.
Night, Stephanie.
Good night, Stephanie.
And that's what we're here for, Robeb. Whether you are cooking, cleaning, or on the toilet, we're here. I'm queer, and we're getting into it. Another fun category, not often given. James, I think we're about to have a prophecy.
You can rely on that.
Yeah, I knew it.
There we go.
And not just prophecy, which these books love for whatever reason. Everybody wants to be a prophet. No one wants to change themselves. Shout out to the amazing band that I'm losing out of my mind right now. And last, I think this is our first time, James. I didn't even see this when we first started reading. But holy moly, I think there's a contradiction in the Bible.
Listen, you need to check your contacts or something. If you don't have them, you need to get contacts or glasses. Yeah, get the book back to button. But
The good book, the book they say has no mistakes, that can't be true.
Listen, Amy, Ken Hovind has read that book for like 60 years. He's never seen a contradiction in it.
Never.
Never. So if there was one, he would have seen it by now.
Exactly. So with that, we're going to get into the best book, the number one selling hit, The Beatles.
Because God does not make mistakes.
Exactly.
So if there's
He
a
never
mistake, that must be you.
We're reading chapter 17 of Joshua. We're getting into it. There was also a lot, like kind of a lot for the tribe of Manischewitz wine. For he was the firstborn of Joseph Smith, to wit, for Macaharhar, the firstborn of Manischewitz wine, the father of Gillette Razor. Amazing. You should go out there and buy them. Because he was a man. You don't even know how much of a man he was. He was a man of war, James. Oh my God.
You want to see his balls? He had a big nutsack hanging from him. He was manly.
Manly. The hair on his chest, thick.
Oh, I know. I could barely fit that nutsack in my mouth.
Oh, see, now we're starting to talk my language. And yet, because of Gillette Razor, it goes nice and smooth when it enters my mouth. Because he was a man of war. He was a man of God of War. It's a fantastic game. Therefore, he had Gillette Razor and Banshees by his side. Yes. Nice. There was also a lot, like gallons, for the rest of the children of the corn of Manischewitz wine. By their families, they were all coming out for a reunion. For the children of the corn also of Abizer. It was kind of a children of a corn get-together, because they also had the children of the corn Helik, and the children of the corn Ezrael. Oh my God, James, all of them. There was Shechem, and the children of the Heifer.
Heifer? Yeah.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. I know. It's my ancestral Wendy's line. And for the children of Shmed. We had Shmed everywhere. These were the male children very specifically. Go, the female children. They can go somewhere else. The son of Joseph Smith.
Let Smokey Saint deal with them.
Oh, not sure if he's allowed anywhere near Chuck E. Cheese anymore. But
he's not. But...
And Khalil is very far away for at least another 10 years.
Another 12.
Yeah, exactly. James, he's just trying to take in effect of the prophet.
I mean, it's all for Islam. He's being persecuted.
Exactly.
It's all religious bigotry.
It's that his ex-wife and children, his stepdaughters, were making it up.
They must be making it up just to
exactly
for becoming a Muslim.
It's not just a coincidence. Anyway, but Zelophephad, my favorite. He was the man with the plan. That guy had my back. The son of a good old Wendy's Hefferburger, the lineage that we're so. Also the son of Gillette Razor, the son of Macarhar, and the son of Manischewitz Wines. Well, that bee had no sons, only daughters, and I guess we could finally mention them. Whatever, we'll get to them now. And these names are because the Bible likes lists. Who doesn't like lists, James?
Here we go in exposition mode.
Well, yes, I will warn everyone out there, the Bible really only has 2 modes, and that is we gonna kill everybody, and then exposition. Those are the only 2 things.
Sometimes Amy makes a song or dance with it when it gets too crazy, or she gets poetic with it, but
either side, James, when everyone is dying. Oh my God. All right, hold on. I'm sorry. It says here that Masad wants me. Oh my God, James, we can't talk about this book. All right, that's okay. We'll get our next.
Soros is pissed.
Soros is pissed. We're not supposed to be talking.
Oh, sorry, George.
It's okay.
Oh boy. Thanks, bro.
Sending so much love out to Roeb, giving us a $5 super chat. And it's true. I mean, if you have to think about it, who says, I freaking love lists.
Make a list. Check it
Let's
twice.
go.
Yahweh's gonna find out who's naughty or nice.
Which is kind of weird because that is actually what he does, supposedly, is he checks a list to see if you're naughty or nice.
Makes a yeah. He makes a list. Seinfeld style.
And if you are if you love HTML or just any type of marking things up, just who doesn't appreciate a nice ordered list or unordered list, James? It doesn't matter if you are counting in 1, 2, 3, or if you're just feeling kind of wild and you're like, you know what I want? An unordered list. You go, girl. Or sir, whatever, you know. When you're making lists, you're getting a little crazy. But yes, thank you so very much, Robev, and all the people out there sending support in the Skeptic Ranting community. We are reading Breaking Benjamin. We are knee-deep in Joshua, if you know what I mean. And, I mean, we're giving away other people's shit. Who doesn't love that? Which is kind of an odd concept. I'm sure that'll have no geopolitical ramifications in the future. Anyway, and they came. Oh, there's more. Near, before Elzar, our favorite priest. He was level 60. And before Joshua, you dirty dog. You get a threesome. The son of none. Who are you the son of? None. Oh, that's terrible. Are you an orphan? I just told you, I'm the son of none. It's I don't know how you get through it. And before the princesses of Leia sang the Lord, Barbaretta. Where's Barbaretta? Barbaretta may be hidden. Didn't I just have Barbaretta? I was holding them up. Oh, no, I was holding up the skull.
It's been a while since we saw Barbaretta.
It's been a while. I'm going to have to find her. Well, anyway. Well, this is going to be our substitute Barbaretta because this is what they actually think.
Maybe the femboy's playing with her.
Yes. This is what they think God is. Oh, here we go. So,
I thought you were going to whip out a big dildo.
Oh my.
This is
James, don't make me go into either of the two rooms behind me. I'm sure half the audience is like, well, why don't you? Oh my, it is a late night podcast. Anyway, Barbaretta, here's God. Though I guess we technically have another version for where God is, James. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We love our prop comedy here. You can't see.
Well, what about a little Baphomet there? He can substitute for God.
It's true. But I switched out a cloud for a brain, and now we have Bahamut. This is who they think we worship.
Aww.
As atheists, we, as Soros, Mossad believing, we want healthcare, James, and so that basically makes us communist overlords from Galaxy 47 or some shit. Anyway, back into it. Oh, we got commandment talk. Who doesn't love commandment talk? They love playing the hits. The Lord Barbaretta commanded Charlton Heston to give he was very much dead at this point. If you want to know who Joshua is, he took over for Moses. So gave us to an inheritance amongst our best brethren, like our BFFs. Therefore, according to the commandment that we're going to pretend doesn't exist by the time we get to the New Testament and say that's just the Old Testament of the Lord, Barbaretta, she gave them an inheritance among their brethren of their mother. They also love this language, James, because anytime I get into a debate on, like, you know, the gender, I hate to say gender theory, I guess, but we start talking about why God is a male, these are the passages that they point to. They're like, look, God calls himself a father, therefore God man. Says he, right there. Says father. Doesn't say mother. Basically says big old schling and schlong right there. Right in that paragraph, James.
15 feet.
15 feet. And then there, who knows? And there fell 10 portions to Manischewitz wine. They were like, listen, any more than that?
Oh, yeah, drunk.
I was going to say, we're going to have to, take your car keys. Beside the
I'm
land.
not drunk yet. I'm just getting started.
God, yeah, I love you. You're the best God ever. Unlike a prophet. This is fantastic. All right, chill out. Chill out, Moses. Chill out, Joshua. This is my imitation of Joshua. It's the difference. This is Moses. Here we go. Moses. Joshua.
With the shake weights?
With the shake weights.
Yeah.
And then Joshua while he's doing profiting. Anyway, we're drinking Manischewitz. We're giving people's land away. Who doesn't love that? Because the daughters, I guess we're going to care about the women too, had an inheritance among his sons. We'll eventually let them in. And the rest
we
of
could
the
just call
men,
them cum dumpsters.
James, who
more
doesn't?
fitting.
Exactly. Yeah. There's also another word for them. Property. Do, 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 do. And the coast, from coast to coast, Space Ghost of the Manischewitz wine was also late night. We were watching. Just thought it. Now it went. Archer. There we go. We were watching Archer. Specifically to Matic meth. Someone's smoking meth. I don't know who's smoking meth, but someone. That lieth before the shickum.
Is that the guy from Breaking Bad at the White House?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that Heisenberg is at the White House. It was interesting listening to the actual Heisenberg in the Oppenheimer movie. And in some ways, they were doing like Breaking Bad before Breaking Bad. Like the American government just contracted out like a lab in the middle of the desert so that they could basically make something dangerous, in essence.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe aligned for the Manhattan Project and others. And so it was interesting. That lieth before Shechem off, And the border, without a wall, there was no wall back then, went along the right hand. It's going to be a big, beautiful wall. It's going to keep all the Canaanites out. Along on the right hand, onto the inhabitants of Intapia. They tappa everybody. They tappa him, they tappa her. But now Manischewitz wine had the land of Tappa. You could even say they tapped Tappa. But Tappa, on the border of the beautiful wall of Manischewitz, belonged to the children of the corn of Ephraim, and they could do some freaky mind shit. And coast to coast of Space Ghost descended onto the river of Kanahana. Probably. Southward of the river. Went right down. These cities of Ephraim are among the cities of Manischewitz wine. We are deep in exposition mode, James. Like,
how deep are we?
We are lucky we're not naming dukes. And this was here, and this Duke was here.
Don't start talking soon.
Oh,
Yeah,
But this-
we're literally gonna have King fucking Charles come in and start duking people.
ugh. But once again, we can't edit this because this is the
No.
best #1 book in history. You'd be missing all the context, James.
They wrote it down. It must be important.
Exactly. Any
Dukes
more
of Hazzard,
context,
yeah.
I'm going to shove my head into a wall. Yes. The Dukes are going to jump over a cliff. On the north side of the river. But southward, it was Ephraim's. From the north side to the south side, we're going to have, James, it sounds Hatfield McCoy's gang warfare. Doesn't matter
Sounds
if you're
like it.
urban or you are rural. We're going to be having a back and forth. Northward, it was Manischewitz wine, which makes sense because I don't know if anyone knows this, but like it's not always this way. But like throughout history, religion and land, another great way to get into war. The other third one.
I thought you were going to say up north, like when you go into Total Wine and you go down to the wine section, it's just aisle after aisle of nothing but Manischewitz, just nothing but all the,
That
like
as
all
well.
3 or 4 different varieties with the same shit.
That as well, but the third one is your mama. These 3 very specific things. I forgot what this. It was just a few seconds ago. The other 2 things, and then your mama. One of those.
And then the Manischewitz.
And then the Manischewitz wine, all mixed in. Future wars will be over freshwater. Hey, I can imagine that, and I can imagine, clean air,
Future
clean
wax.
lots of things.
Thinking of Future War, the Mystery Science Theater movie.
I do like Mystery Science
They
Theater.
did one called Future War. It was
Future war.
I think Jean-Claude Van Damme might have been in it. It's about
I also-
cyborg dinosaurs from the future, something like that.
Cyborg dinosaurs from the
Cyborg
future.
dinosaur.
Well, I mean, it made as much sense as the 65. If anyone saw that. Spoiler. Though it kind of like says it, which kind of hints at the fact that humans seeded life 65 million years ago as different, as aliens, basically.
Yeah.
They came here at me. Interesting, fun movie, but it did have that kind. It had like a trying to think what the word is. I guess maybe a plot hole just seemed kind of weird because 65 million years after evolution, humans would look very different. But especially if they had advanced technology like they did in the movie. But it was still made for a fun movie. What's up to Freak?
Is that a new movie? 65?
It did. It came out either this year or last year.
Okay.
But we are reading the Bible. We are actually reading the Bible word for word, mostly, chapter for chapter, book for book, because we find they skip a lot. And so we're getting all the juices. Ephraim among cities. Okay, we were north side, southward. So, and the sea, we're going to his border. It's going to be a lovely coastal town. It's going to be Rehoboth Beach.
Like that.
And they met together in Archer's Town in the north. And Isaac character, which once again will always look like what you name a variable. On the east. What did we just read? What have we been reading? Zephlehed had 5 daughters and no sons. When he died, the daughters approached Elzazar the priest and Joshua, saying, God commanded Moses to give us inheritance. So they gave the daughters of Zephlehed to an inheritance. Okay. Yet the children of Manischewitz could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in the land. Can I not? Like, no. Yet it came to pass when the children of Israel were waxed off strong. They were waxing strong. They put the Canaanites to tribute, but did not utterly drive them out because it was kind of hard.
Was it?
Yeah, killing people is kind of difficult.
It's like from 300, like killing all your men all this morning. I've kind of got a lump in my knee. It's going to be hard to bend. So.
It's okay. We'll get you out there. Yeah, we're going to get into the children of Joseph complain. We're moving down into another fantastic version where it's always a good idea to complain to God. Thank you so much.
You know what I'm talking about? I mean, yeah, it's a great idea.
Great
Highly
idea.
recommend it.
I hear scratching. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. Possible.
Which one is this?
No,
Which-
that was. I thought it was false.
Oh.
A false positive. But all right, we're getting into the children of Joseph complain. There's 2 delightful chapters here because James. I'm noticing some of my hardcore. So this is why you organize it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I was gonna say we're gonna laugh because when you think about the Bible, I always like to think of laughter. Oh, don't you remember sitting in the pews just like ha 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 ha?
Trying to stay awake.
Basically.
Yeah.
But also, oh my God, James, this is our first time seeing this.
I think I could have used the Breaking Bad guy help stay awake.
That would have been a way
those
more
fucking
interesting.
sermons. Oh,
But James, I think there's also a contradiction in the Bible.
you know, you keep saying this shit, Amy, and you don't have anything to back it up. You're just talking out of your ass.
That can't be. We'll have to go through it to verify it.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Exactly. And all right, the children of Joseph complained because that's a smart thing to do to God. And the children of Charlton Heston, they were all divas, by the way, spat all over him. Oh, God. On to Joshua. Yeah, like, what do you want? Saying, why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to... Oh, my goodness. Really? You're only giving me this little land? Seeing, I'm like... I don't know if you know this, Josh, but, like, we live too, and we're a great people. I don't know if you know this. So, like, if you could for as much as the Lord, Barbaretto right here, have blessed me hitherto, like, if you could just, like, give me all the blessings that I deserve, because I'm, like, kind of big around here. And Joshua answered them.
Got a really big bulge down there.
Haha. Exactly. Do you see like the outline? That means like you should be giving me praise. And Joshua, who's drinking a protein
We're
shake,
talking to you as I am.
answered them. If thou be like a totally great people, like you say, like if you say you lift, then get thee up to the wood country and like cut them down for thyself, bitch. There in the land of the Pretzelites, probably. And I love this. I love this because if you want to know why our title card has this in here, it's because Gizmo laughed as hard as I did. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're not making this up. This is not a straw man. It is the land of the giants. There doesn't need to be anything added on to that. Land of the lost. If Mount Ephraim be too narrow, if it's kind of like too small for thee, I get what you mean. go talk to the giants. And the children of the corn of Joseph were like a little nervous, and they're like, well, the hill is not for us. And all the like can I nots that dwell in the land, well, they're in the valley, and they have chariots of iron. Oh my. Not chariots of iron, James. Have you heard about this? There's like been rumors been spreading.
I have heard about it, but
It's
hard
true.
to believe something like that could exist that could defeat God.
Yeah. God's people are just like, listen, we can go up against anyone and anything but chariots of iron.
Not iron chariots. I mean,
which I like. Once again, let's narrow that down, James. God can defeat anything except for iron.
Yeah.
As we can quote one creationist, iron, it's the lifeblood of stars, and yet it seems to be the antithesis of God.
And, gay people,
Oh,
he can't defeat them.
Well, that
They're
he can't
kicking his
defeat.
ass.
But how badly do we fail as a science community, as a STEM program, if he thinks that irons are what create stars? Anyway, but James, religion can do no harm.
You need iron to make a star, and then you need a star to make the iron. How does it happen? Yeah. Studio 215. I forgot about that guy.
Ooh, sneeze.
He's another one. He comes into the debate sphere. He makes a few videos, and then he's kind of just
who?
Studio 215. He's the guy who said you need iron to make a star, and you need a star to make the iron. And he's not going to stop, Amy. He is not going to stop until he gets evolution out of the schools. He is not going to stop.
I get someone in a Discord that always goes, I will give 10,000. It changes the money value because he doesn't actually have it. But 10,000, $1,000, anyone who can prove one genetic mutation, one fact about evolution.
Yeah, right.
And anytime I always respond with, I will give anyone, any creationist, 100,000, no, 1 million, no, $1 billion if they can prove creationism right now.
How about $100 trillion, a quadrillion dollars?
James, why even talk about a quadrillion dollars? How about this? $2 million. How about that? We'll go that high. We'll go even higher.
Quadrillions.
Now we're trying to show our age because we're just doing Austin Powers Redox, but I can't help it. It goes in our head. It's like
that will never be old. Austin Powers will never be old.
That's true. Just like the 80s was 20 years ago.
Never be old.
It's true. But yes, to go off the tangent, they think giants are real. And then they talk about evolution being a fairy tale. That's why whatever they're talking about, they're just projecting.
But Amy, the Bible says the angels came down and they had sex with the human women.
Oh my God. And I love that equation. Human plus angel equal giant. That makes sense at all.
So, I mean, a human woman giving birth to like a 40-pound baby, what's wrong with that?
I mean, it makes sense when their father had wings. Or the mother, or whatever direction. My goodness.
Yeah, but were the angels like 40 feet tall? How would anybody that large have sex with a human woman?
All I know is I hope that, it's proportionate down there. No matter if you're a man or a woman. I hope it was proportionate. You go, girl or guy. Anyway, if Mount Ephraim be narrow for thee, size up. Take a blue pill. That's okay. I'm sure there's a pill for that. Unless it lasts more than 14 hours. Then consult your doctor. And the children...
I was told by somebody who, used to work for one of those companies. It's like that they put that in there, like the 4-hour thing, just as like they want people to hear that. Like, what? I would be hard for 4 hours. Like, it's not like a bad thing about it. It's like something that they actually like want people to hear, but they're putting in the context of seek medical help or talk to your doctor immediately. Like, no, you'll be so busy fucking that you won't be thinking about your doctor at that point.
Also, sending so much love. We are Skeptic Bible Study with Breaking Benjamin. Sending love to Harriet. Welcome to the Bible Study. We actually appreciate people that disagree with our viewpoint, and you are feel free to call your home here because we like the disagreements and everything. Giant is an English approximation of Nephilim. Well, we do. I'll tell you why we do get that a lot, because we have people that come on here. You know, they even call themselves, what was his name? It was like Nephilim. Nephilim. Let go. Nephilim.
2 for 1, buy one get one.
Nephilim Wild. Nephilim
Discount.
Freedom. No, I can't quite think of it. But yes. She won't get that joke, but we're sending love out. There are people that that's true. Maybe he goes around. Maybe he gets around. But yeah, there's always apologetics, and the Jews are the least likely to believe this shit. I come from a Jewish background. The Jews are the least likely. The fundamentalists, though they hard for 4 hours is okay, but if you're feeling dizzy and everything looks blue, get medical help. But what if I'm at the Blue Man group? Actually, they don't exist anymore. I think they retired. But that's okay. Okay, but it's just funny still. There are fundamentalists that use this as justification for what. And once again, we had someone on the channel yesterday defending, for as far as we could tell, gnomes, fairies, and giants. At that point, giants actually became the almost not crazy. It's like that's just a bigger thing. Though he said fairies were just smaller angels. James, they're just making this shit up as they go along. They really are.
They're like female leprechauns.
Female leprechauns. I just want fairy-themed cereal now. That's all I want. Anyway, which translation is this? This is the King James version. It does have the skeptic's annotations. Basically, a skeptic who just combed through the Bible and said what he thinks a lay translation is for regular people. On the right side, but on the left side is the King James version. King James Bible. King James Bible isn't the Bible, to be clear. It's what he wanted the Bible to be. Spicy. We like it. Let me tell you, though, in our eyes, that is a theological debate, a debate between, Protestants and Catholics, between the Calvinists and the what's the other?
Some people would think the King James is the only accurate Bible.
Exactly. We get people that say throw out all your Bibles. We get them saying throw out this one, and so we just use this because we think that a lot of people do use it. But we're always open to talking about translations and stuff. In my opinion, most of our arguments hold up. Like, we talk about slavery a lot, and we get into like does it say slave or does it say servant? But at the end of the day, it's like we should be beating this person. Insert word, and it's like, now let's fight about the word, but generally the guy getting beat is like, I don't care what I'm being called, stop beating me.
You can inherit this person and give them to your kids.
But I get you. We are agnostic atheists. This is our we're open to all interpretations, and if you think we have it wrong, feel free to tell us where we are getting it wrong. But okay, we're almost at the end of this chapter, and then I'll be right back one quick second, and then we'll go on to the second chapter, which is where the title at least comes from. Alrighty then. We got Chariots of Iron, which again, I just find this funny. That a god can be afraid of anything. That God's people can be defeated by anything. But here we go. And the hill is... The children of Joseph are like, look, all right? The hill is not enough. It's not enough for Anakin just to not have the high ground, all right? All the Canaanites, that dwell in the land of Hidden Valley Ranch have these chariots of iron that we were just talking about up here. So both they who are of Bethlehem, they used to live near Bethlehem, not the Bethlehem that's, of the states and her towns, and they who are the valley of Jezebel. I'm pretty sure, probably. And Joshua spake all over. Oh, yeah, baby, do it. Onto the house of Joseph, even to Ephraim and to Manasseh wine. He was like, we're going to tell everybody, saying, look, they've been telling us thou art a great people that can lift, and they could even dun, 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 if you get what I mean. They have great power. And thou shalt not have one lot only. Guys, I know we could only have like one lot of land, but hear me out. What if there were people and then we took their shit and then we had more lots of land? It's revolutionary, James. I don't think we even would have thought about this if it wasn't for the Bible. The morality just, it drips. Oh, wait. Nope, that's someone's blood. Close, though. Anyway, we are getting away from Jezebel. Joshua spak all over. We love spacking on things, apparently. But the mountain shall be thine. You will get the mountain cards. You'll be able to have a great game of Magic the Gathering. For it is wood. Oh, I bet it is, baby. And thou shalt cut it down. Oh. And the outings of it shall be thine. For thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, not with hugs or kisses. I really want you to shove this through there. Anyway, they have iron chariots, okay? We know, they have these, really advanced mechanical things that will never be outdated. The most powerful things in history. I'm pretty sure our Navy SEALs... Our Navy, of course, our Navy. I don't know why. Our Marines and the Army and even the Air Force, James, they all use iron chariots to this day. So it's good to know this book will never be outdated.
Well, I mean, Amy, it does say at the end of the days that the Antichrist, the final battle, will be with chariots, horses, and many ships. So, I mean, that's a prophecy.
Exactly. And, James, they all come true. Also, Harriet, we get that the servant and slave, that we get a lot. They basically say, our thing is, even though it's said you get as translation, it ends up being like, you can keep your servant and you can beat him till almost death. But maybe you have we're always looking. We should have do we have a slavery debate? We should have a slavery debate.
We have had. It's been a while since we did slavery content.
We're about to have another debate. We're going to have the lovely Pieter back on here and Martin having some fun. But, yeah, with that, let me just say, the children of Joseph complained to Joshua, saying, why did you give us only one lot to inherit? That's what it actually says. We are a great people, and God has blessed us. Joshua answered them, saying, if you're so great, then go take the land of the giants, bitch. The children of Joseph said, we can't do that because the Canaanites have chariots of iron. Joseph said to the children of Joseph, well, if you really can lift, if you're such great people, you can have more than one lot. You will drive out the Canaanites, even though they have iron chariots. Go kill them. That's a very nice way of saying that. Do. But yes, that concludes our chapter 17 of Joshua. We're moving through. We were heavily due for a Bible study, and we're about to read. Heavily due. We're about to read chapter 18, but we're getting so much wisdom, James.
It's been a lot so far. It really is quite hard to take it all in, but yeah. The next chapter is a little bit longer, but not much longer. It's like, I think, 28 verses. So, I don't know if the Apocrypha is in this one. It's based on the King James, so I would bet probably not. I don't think the Apocrypha is in the King James, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. Hey, Aussie Gold. You have a Catholic Bible around here somewhere, so I know the Apocrypha is in that, but didn't quite make the cut for the rest of the of Christianity. Most of them, anyway. But yeah, guys, if you forgot, Thursday night, me and Amy versus Ken Hovind on Standing for Truth. After show is supposed to be on the Atheist Junior channel after that, so come check that out. It's going to be fun. Amy versus Hovind, a real live debate. It will be a lot of fun. This has been a long time coming. She's been trying to get this going. I've had a few different rounds with Kent, but now it's a good chance for Amy to get some time with the doctor himself, Dr. Dino. The man, the myth, the legend, the dick, the doctor. Well, yeah, I mean, basically, if some of the books, they said stuff that was too crazy or not politically convenient, didn't make the cut. The Catholics, they had always had it in there, so, I mean, they can't just uncanonize something. If you say something's canon, you can't just come around later and say, oops, never mind, that's not canon anymore at a certain point. But the Protestants were doing everything from scratch, so Amy did a debate with Kent. It wasn't really a debate, though. It was on the Brett Keane channel, and she had to deal with Brett's type of moderation, and it wasn't a real debate, though. It really wasn't. This is going to be much more, let Amy get a shot at Kent. Let her take her shots at the doctor himself without Brett Keane's interference and trying to suck Kent's dick, basically. But yeah, if you remember the last time Ken Hovind debated a trans person, it did not go very well. I think that might have been one of the reasons that it took so long to get this debate scheduled. So yeah, it might put the TOS to the test, depending on how cheeky Kent gets. Which Amy can give that right back to him based on how he goes with it. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, I will basically, I try to give the same energy back. I will call him out probably in his opening, but I still want to be open-minded on, 2 points, but I think this is an open and shut case. Evolution has been known for hundreds of years. And so we do have a little bit of an advantage in we're correct. I don't mean to say that arrogantly.
Reality.
It's just like it's not very brave to take the pro-gravity, the pro-germ, or the pro-evolution.
The round earth.
James, it's just so hard to... I go into a lab, I say evolution is true, they all nod their head and turn around. And with that...
Say yes, of course it is. Look at the fossil record. Look at the DNA evidence.
Theological column.
Yeah.
We are going to... What is up, Ozzy Gold? We are going to head into the next chapter. We are talking Joshua chapter 8. And we have one category. Very interesting. We normally have like 2 or 3. And yet I can only see one thing there. Oh, there we go. But, it's a very exciting chapter. Once again, if you have a pacemaker, if you are hooked up to some sort of machine, please just make sure, catheter, whatever it is, just make sure that it's hooked up. Oh, that's weird. James, there's another...
No,
there's a contradiction in the Bible? That can't be true. If that were true, we would have seen a contradiction before, but this is our first time seeing this, so that makes no sense. We'll be the judge of that. All right, so we're getting into it. We're casting lots. James, and you get land, and you get land. Everybody gets land. That will never be a problem in the future. Anyway, sir, did you know this is being recorded? I would love to do. It's on the list of a million things that I'd like to do, but just the fishing for scammers, the scam bait type of thing. In fact, sending love out. We'll do just a call if you would like to support another one of the shows on there that we'd like to get rolling, among others, at our patreon.com/Amy Newman to help support the show. Oh, commercials. I know. They suck. Sending so much love, but they do keep the lights on. And even if you can't afford anything, we just hope we're giving you good content. And so sending love out there. And let's get back to it. We're casting lots, apparently.
Just give us your credit card numbers.
And what's the last 4 digits?
Yeah, if anyone starts asking you for Target gift cards, just run. Please just run.
Or Google Play. You can have Google Play gift cards. Or
Well, and that's what they do. They also target very specific people. They target older people that may have a confusing output with technology. I mean, people that are in their 80s and 90s. And so, though they can be targeted back. They can be. They have numbered lines that they often use. They have ways that you can use voice changers. You can use IP address VPNs and stuff like that. And then you can
voice changer sometimes.
Indeed, he has a very specific one for his. He has an old lady, but
insulting them in Hindi.
Yes, well, that's my favorite, is that he does speak Hindi and that he can insult them and talk with them.
He hears when they're talking shit about him.
Yes. Go check out Pierogi. Go check out. There's another Scammer Payback. Yes, Kilboga. All great gentlemen doing. I don't believe in the Lord, so doing the
humanities work.
Doing humanities work. That's right. And all right, back to the fun in the sun. We're casting land. And the whole congregation, not half. We were actually able to round up the entire congregation.
Every damn one of them.
tried to cut out of it, we tied him up by his feet and dragged him down. Of the children of the corn of Israel.
Shmishmael.
And they assembled together at Shiloah. It's wonderful. Shiloah. They service Shiloh LaBeouf.
Georgia.
So many things.
The Civil War battle at Shiloh.
It's also the Civil War snack shop that Shia LaBeouf now operates. They reenact things while they give you sandwiches.
Do they?
Yes, very specifically. And they set up a tabernacle. James, we got our tabernacle back. Oh,
It's
my
back,
God.
baby.
I
We missed
love
it.
a good
The fucking
tabernacle.
Tabernacle.
Yes.
A big fucking tent.
A tabernacle, very specifically, is a portable tent. Yes, they build a tent. It's like their portable
Temple.
temple that they can pray at. And there remained none. God said, let them sort them out. Among the children of Israel, Shmishmael, 7 tribes. Very randomly, like it's going to be a movie. Which had not yet received their inheritance. All of them looked entitled as fuck. Like, you ever see those movies where all the hedge fund manager kids are coming in to collect after their parents died? Just like that. And Joshua said unto the children of the corn of Israel,
Shmishmael.
how long are you slacks to go possess the land? Are you guys going to take a long time? Is this going to be forever? Which the Lord
Cracker, get
Barbaretta.
off the pot.
Exactly. Get your ass out there.
We'll do it tomorrow, Dad. Come on.
Which the Lord Barbaretta, right here, God of your fathers, my fathers, everyone's fathers, except for these people we're about to murder, have given you. It's very odd. We're all made in the image of God, but not these fuckers over here.
They worship
Another
other gods,
thing-
so they're basically fucking subhumans.
Oh, exactly. Everyone they go against. Another thing, not to go whole gender theorist again, I get a
do it
lot
then.
that tell me that women were not made in the image of God.
Oh boy.
Very specifically, when I get into the
Man was
whole
made in
male
God's image.
chutzpah,
Women,
that's right. Not Barbie.
women were
Ken.
made in the image of man.
Very specifically.
So God's got
That's-
a big dick, is what they're trying to say.
James,
God's
15
image.
feet long. Don't try and argue otherwise.
I mean, what a reproductive organ would be used for by a deity, who he's going to reproduce with there's no other deity.
Oh,
but he
I
just has
can-
one. He's got a dick. He's got a dick.
I could tell you one lady is going to use it on, and it's a 4-letter word. Apparently. But that doesn't happen until chapter 2. You got to get to the second half of the Bible. And then they're like, they didn't have sex. It was holy. You don't understand. God did
The Holy Spirit,
without any
baby,
sex.
come on.
That's right. It was the Holy Spirit, or at least James, whatever you call the motion of the lotion, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure. Oh, it was the Holy Spirit that got Mary pregnant. Oh, I bet.
Was
Is
it
that what it
cheating
said
on
on the
Joseph?
paternity test? Exactly. Not at all. And they always that's blasphemy, which is such a sell. Also, can I just talk about this? One
Talk
last
about it.
thing about this. I can't help because it's my new shtick. I've only brought it up at least once in this podcast and once in the past one. But if the early apostles, except for John, so if Mark, Luke, and Matthew all did not call Jesus God, and they believe that he was the King of the Jews. He was the Messiah, because they wouldn't use King of the Jews. They'd use Messiah, but Messiah is the King of the Jews. whatever, then it was a political thing. And then the miracles of a king are not too dissimilar from what we hear from things in North Korea. That analogy becomes actually very relative and makes sense. It's another leader that was doing miraculous things that we at least have no evidence or way of verifying.
You've got to have faith.
Gotta have faith. It's in the heart. Where were we? Eve was created opposite from Adam. Oh, I'm okay with that. But, well, it's more, I'm just kind of probing theology. But would you say, and if you can't see, here's Harry and Harriet's. But would you say that women were made in the image of God? Because when I get into this gender debate of is God, because they say gender, generally it's gender isn't real. It's the identity politics nonsense that they say. And then they say, well, God is male. And God has to be a male. I know that God doesn't have male chromosomes. I know that God doesn't have a big old schlong like hanging between. However, look, it says father. It says father right there. All right. And if it says father and it says he, then, and Adam was made first, then, we're just checking off all this he. Dan, James, we love lists. That's the, the theme of tonight.
Nothing better to do than make a list, right?
That's right. So his image, not only humans. So yes, so you are saying God is making men and women in their image, but wouldn't that mean then that there's a female part of God and that it is maybe relevant to say we could use mother. I'm going to sneeze again.
Get it all out. Bless you, bless you.
Whew, I don't know which is better. I like to think muting it is the better idea, but you see, I'm going to take a sip.
Whatever is more comfortable for you.
I mean, I guess blank space isn't that wonderful either.
Whatever makes you the most comfortable.
Well, let's continue. Where are we? We're dividing up land. That will be a good idea. So, give out among you. You're going to take 3 dudes. All right? And I mean dudes. 4 each tribe. And I will send them, and they shall, if you get what I mean, get a rise. And they're going to comb through that land. Have you found anything? Man, I ain't found shit. Go through the land.
What were they even looking for?
I'm not sure. And describe it. Like, go into detail. Long walks on the beach, got really hot. You tipped and turned until, a bra strap fell off. According to the inheritance of them, and they shall come. Again to me. Sorry, had to finish the rest of that. Again to me. Right. All right. What have we been reading anyway? All the Israelites shall be assembled. A lot less exciting, however, than the Avengers. At Shiloh. They were still 7 tribes that had yet not received their inheritance. Oh, that's funny. Because we've been talking about all the shit that's been dolled out. But there's still 7 more families that haven't got shit. And ladies and gentlemen, who do you think is the first family that's going to get stuff? If you think it's in the title, you should take a quiz show.
Is that a good hint?
That's a good hint. Go on Jeopardy. Joshua said to them, how long will it take to possess the land of God that... I almost said that backwards. How long will it take to possess the given that God has given you? Anyway, how long will it take to possess the land that God has given you? Send 3 men from each tribe to survey the land and report back to me. All right, it makes sense. Why does he need to do this? Isn't he God? Shouldn't he be able to see everywhere?
I mean, that is in the rules, right? He is on that whole omnipotent thing, but Hey.
Moving forward, and they shall divide it into 7 parts, like an action movie. Judah shall abide in their coast to the south. He-Man to the north. Wait, no.
He-Man.
And the house of Joseph Smith shall abide in their coasts on the north. Just giving out things to people. Ye shall therefore describe the land. Jot it down in a journal or some shit. Into 7 parts. Very specifically 7. I kind of have a thing with numerology right now. And bring the description hither to me. Funny thing about Joseph Smith, he wrote like this. He wrote as if it was thousands of years ago. However, it was 200 years ago, which seems like a lot to us, but really isn't. Really is not that much. Just another line of how he's full of shit. Just throwing that out there.
Transcribing Reformed Egyptian. Come on.
Reformed Egyptian, which is amazing because the Egyptians have never heard of this before. It's so reformed, not even the Egyptians have heard of it.
Oh, the Egyptologists, they could learn from Joseph Smith. They could learn more about Egypt.
That's right. The actual people that study the field, they need to study the good book right here. It's how you know. It even says good in the title.
It's the biggest selling book ever.
I can't tell if you're being on the nose as much as you are, but if so, DeFreak, I am sending all the love to you, and you have the love of the skeptic and ranting community.
Love you, DeFreak.
Let me go to... Oh, okay, I can't help that. You're going to tease me like that with a paragraph? That means you put time and thought into it. And you're on Discord. We have a few people if you'd like to join us as well as on YouTube. But we're trying to grow the Discord community. So this is nice. What does this say? That's right. We are trying to grow the Discord. But you're right. The Twitch. I'm sorry. The Twitch community. Thank you. So Harriet says, I don't believe there's any real gender that can be applied to God in a sense that aligns with the values in the Bible. Ooh. The sexes were created as counterparts for each other. Therefore, God having a gender or sex would imply that God needs a counterpart. Interesting. See, but I actually think that genderless is the only way you can go with it. Because if not, then it's really saying all the things that I said, which is very contrary to everything else in the book. They really like that pronoun game. They hit hard with the he's. My personal opinion is that should Christianity be correct, which my opinion is irrelevant. That's okay. Welcome, like I said, to the skeptic and ranting community. We are here just to be skeptic and just blab. And there is no flesh in the heaven / the kingdom of God. Corinthians, there's a telltale, just a tail, actually. And therefore, God has no form and can be applied in human sense and therefore no gender. Now listen,
I'll tell you that.
I think, yes, what James is about to say, you say it.
Because even Ken Oven has came out before and says he thinks God's genderless, and because remember that book that I think became a movie called The Shack, where a non-believer, close, but God goes to meet with him in a shack and is going to explain to him he's not okay. I'm going to explain to you why I do all these things that seem crazy. I'm going to make you believe. But at part of God's appearance in there, at one point he takes the form of a black woman, and people are like, "Oh my gosh, God can't take the form of a woman. That's blasphemy. That's this. That's that." And Ken Oven was like, "Does God even have gender? He could be whatever he wants. It's not." Who cares?
James,
it's just
this
a
is a simple adage, but we'll have to give it credit as ancient as probably this book. Well, not quite, but a broken clock. I'm sure there were equivalents. Right twice a day.
Right,
Every once in a while, he'll say something like that, a creationist will come up and they'll be like, well, this book says the earth is flat. And then it's like,
Well,
that's right, Kent. Do you wanna come on to the...
Well, that's true. Like, even listening to like some of these preachers, even listening to like somebody like Creflo Dollar, okay, a prosperity preacher who obviously bilks money out of his followers, but every once in, like when he's talking, he does say occasionally things that make sense and that actually are good pieces of advice. Like, he could be a great like motivational speaker, a life coach. He could write.
I'm sure a lot of these guys that pack
that would
mega
help people.
churches could absolutely do good work. They just choose to... Well, James, it's about seed donations. You give me your paycheck, and then that will eventually seed the garden that I have in my backyard. You see how seed donation...
like a sermon I heard, and he was talking about like manhood, and he's like, you know, real men treat other people with respect. And I was thinking about like somebody like Randolph Richardson, who is just always treats everybody with such kindness and respect and decency. And yeah, it's a great somebody you'd want to emulate. It really makes sense. It's just they have this knowledge and the ability to communicate it. They just pollute it with this religious nonsense.
I can't help to use this word, even as an ex-Jew. He is a mensch.
Randolph certainly.
And all right, we're moving forward because we have a lot of land to give away, apparently. James, isn't it so easy when it's not yours? It just feels good.
I mean, you just have God write out a deed that says it's yours, right? I mean, just so imagine showing up, just driving up to a house and evicting the family, and then calling the police and say, "Officer, these people need to get off my property." When they're like, "No, I'm sorry, God gave me this property. It is mine."
Did they not pay their rent on time? Was there something they were doing wrong? Oh, yes, of course. You know their God? Wrong God.
No, we go to church. But you don't go to the right church, do you? No.
That's right. It's the synagogue of Satan, James.
Amy, our Titan there, he deleted a pinned message by accident. Did you have a pinned message?
Oh, and that's interesting. The not only oh no, he's not saying he repinned. I was gonna say because there's two types of mods now.
Deleted it.
They have I gotcha.
Super mod. Titan is the super mod.
Which I just look as admins. That has been a thing that's been around. Because what will happen is if you and you know, I have other people that have been around as admins. I have had, you know, Math Pig has helped and sending love out there into the internets for Aunt Jaren people. It's just that saying so much also to Powell and Doorknob Head and to Ozzy Gold. Well, it's just good to delineate because sometimes, every once in a while, you know, people can go crazy. Not crazy. That's a bad word because that's kind of being ableist.
I mean,
they could become assholes.
They have a
reveal
moment.
Themselves.
They have a moment. You know.
Yes, because I'm not pointing to anyone too, because they're very specific. But we've had people. There's very specific people that we've also banned very completely for good reason, because they are
A couple last show.
Oh my goodness. We are generally, I hate to say, I don't use freedom of speech anymore, generally a freedom channel, but we abide by the TOS, and I'm still on this tirade between, you know when you're being an asshole. You know when you're being an asshole.
Do you?
Yeah, I am immune to that shit because, in my opinion, when they start to do that, I think that they're cornered. I think that there's something that has been said that makes them almost want to change topic. Because I come in with theology all the
It's
time.
ontological
Yeah.
shock that they're trying to do. If they're trying to,
Mm.
like what's the right word? Like shake it up, break the mold, flip the script. Yeah, like they're trying to flip the script and just completely just slap everybody in the face with the guitar and redirect the energy of the conversation.
Oh, it is very interesting. They also don't want to prove creationism. Come on, creationists. Come one, come all. I despair. Sip. Ooh, I need a sip.
Cough it out.
All right.
Let sugar water.
When you're in a desert, James, let me tell you. Some of the crazy claims you get from the Bible, too.
Speaking of that, like I saw in the news just a few days ago that now I've always known this was a thing. Anything has a toxicity level to it, so anything literally has an LD50 where it becomes toxic. Even like table sugar, like sucrose, which what was it? They said there was a product that had glyphosate in it, but it was at such low levels that you would die of a sucrose overdose before you had enough of that to kill you. But so even water has, it's called water intoxication, where your electrolyte balance gets thrown off, where you are just consuming too much water too quickly and your body runs on electricity.
Because anything can, or as far as we can tell, everything can kill you. That being said, Americans don't drink enough water. Drink water.
Yeah. But this one mom who is 35, she drank 4 bottles of water in 20 minutes, and that was enough. I'm like, well, I would think you'd have to drink more than that, like, to die, but I guess apparently not. Maybe based on
there
her
was
size.
something.
I think she was a petite lady, and
yeah, maybe.
You know, that's scary to think that, just not like drinking 26 or.
But you don't need to chug that much water. You should just be drinking it periodically throughout the day so that your organs are healthy.
Right.
Woo! A PSA from the people that love you at the Skeptic and Ranting community.
Or just drink something with electrolytes in it. Like, if you're going to drink that much at that point.
James, let me tell you, sponsored by.
You keep your electrolytes.
I do, because I'm on a basically what is a pee pill. It is in essence it is a blood pressure pill that blocks salt, throws out a lot by making you pee a lot, but has the side effect of blocking testosterone.
Oh, a T blocker. Okay.
Yes, so it's the T blocker.
You pee a lot.
Yes, and you have to drink a lot, including Gatorade, because you start to feel tired if you do not drink it, because your body's like, but then you drink it and it's like literally like a video game coming back to life. You're like, do.
Oh, this trans healthcare that you can get, because that's what you're able to do, and if anyone doesn't like it, fuck them.
Fuck us. Yes. In fact,
Newman,
fuck us for a whole good weekend.
Yeah, she did die of water intoxication. Yeah, Ozzy Gold. It's sad.
It can happen. Like I said, possible. Being said, most Americans and most people around the world should be drinking more water. Doesn't matter if you're Australia, UK, South Africa, Nigeria.
Was it
Cuba? Drink more water.
It was like 20 years ago, some radio station, they held a contest they specifically called it "Hold Your Wii" for a Wii, the Nintendo Wii, and you had to drink a lot of water without going to the bathroom.
That is not a good idea.
And yeah, this lady tried to win a Wii for her child and ended up dying from.
It's just
Yeah.
like I get the pun.
Dihydrogen monoxide.
However,
it can
like,
be dangerous.
Just a moment of thinking about that concept, and they should have been like, whose kidneys are not going to like this? Everyone's. Anyway, we're going to move
With a
in.
bunch of people not being able to go to the bathroom, being uncomfortable to win a Nintendo Wii.
Like I said, they might have just needed to overthink that and overthink. They need to rethink that for just maybe a moment.
Yeah, I don't.
But
think
I
they'll
get
do that.
all those the like, we're so wacky, woo, which I guess is our shtick too. But I hear a cat.
False alarm.
No, this is definitely a cat.
Which one?
This is Moonlight. He wanted some nom-noms.
It's about the time of day he comes in, like between 4 and 5.
Exactly. Well, and cats are very active. This is kind of actually late, but a lot of cats are active during the twilight. Kind of night-ish. I'm trying to think. I have all my things. I now have, this is so silly, but I have, my organization, I have things with faces that are squishy. So this is a thing with a face. It's squishy, all right? These are things that are not squishy. Things with a face that are not squishy. Here's Bernie Sanders for some reason.
He's not squishy?
He's not squishy. He's an action figure. I love the term action figure because that's a politically correct term for doll. But, James, men don't play with dolls. They play with action figures. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. And then I have small weapons, okay? Anytime you need to have something that, you're going to have as a beginner weapon. But then, of course...
Level 5.
Level 5. But at level 20, you get to upgrade to, I have a large weapons. That's right, baby.
AK-47.
And, just very... I didn't have to kill a samurai. I had to bake cookies for his mom. And it's like, that's so generous of you.
Go
He gave
Tom
me
Cruise
a sword.
route.
That's right. I'm hoping one day John Travolta and Tom Cruise leave the class. Scientology. I hope they leave Scientology.
The closet.
They
And
could. They could
Scientology.
just come out. One of those. Both.
I don't think Scientology is very LGBT friendly. Maybe that's
No,
why at
they're
least Travolta's in the
very
closet.
not LGBT friendly.
Go figure, huh? Go fucking figure that an organization full of bullshit, not okay with LGBT. Go figure, huh?
I don't know what's with religion and all of these, anti-LGBTQ being in the closet, but
That's not a dick in my mouth.
or is it? Are you just saying hello? Do. But
Jesse Lee Peterson's men's retreat. No women allowed.
it's a men's job.
Specifically, no women allowed. We don't allow any vagina. It's like the Ted Haggard porn, 100% certified to be vagina free. Because you'd hate to be Ted Haggard and to get ready to have some sexy time and put that porn in and see a woman on the screen, that would be just really, really.
James, I don't know if you know this, but Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual.
Oh yeah, just like Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh my goodness.
Religion, folks. Look at religion. Like this guy is gay as gay as ever going to be.
As the day is long.
And he's deluded himself into thinking that for some reason he's not gay.
Religion. That's the reason.
Because he came back to the Catholicism.
But with that, we're getting back in it. I just want to say that in chat, I see the word vagina and dick a lot. And I just want to say I love this channel. Yes, I support both. So thank you, and I love you all, and we're continuing forward.
He is a grifter, mind you, Milo, but he is a gay.
He is a grifter. He is. He's a gay grifter.
And he had a husband, who probably really loved him, and that's sad when. His husband is a black, because he's into black guys. His husband's a black man, so
sounds good to me.
Him to be married to somebody with that political persuasion, I mean, that's a lot. That's love. And
it's just, and that used to be, he also, I think, used to play that as how could I possibly be saying racist things? I suck a big old black.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
I like black.
I understand. You're still saying horrible tribalistic things, but thank you. But he is gay. He is very gay.
He is definitely gay.
And I don't know.
He may be a grifter. His politics may be crazy, but
and there's nothing wrong with that. We have to. At this point, I'm making more Norm Macdonald jokes from the 90s. However, apparently we're going back in time. Anyway.
Oh, cut it to mommy.
Sending so much love. We are knee deep in Joshua. We're getting deeper and deeper somehow. We're giving away people's land. Why not? They're gonna kill them most likely. Shouldn't give away spoilers. Though you have had a few thousand years to read this.
Our channel, we just got the bacony stench of Canada in our side chat, Amy.
Oh my, the Canadian bacon, a hot slap.
Canada playing.
What is up, Randolph?
Hey, Randolph, good to see you.
Who, we all remind you, I am part of the fantastic channel on his Randolph Richardson Taco, T-Jump. Go check out Peter and Ix and I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Pieter, other people, amazing people. Go check it out. Woo!
Not anymore. He
Yo.
used to be pretty decent, but
sorry, I'm monitoring a cat. I have to get up and down. Don't mind me. But yes, it bothers me in the same way that, early on it bothered me with a certain side. I feel like it's an unfair comparison because of how terrible this person ended up being. And so I assume not everyone that loses their religion is going to, rhyme with metaphile.
Right.
Or gains
not gonna be
their religion, or gains their religion, loses their religion. Because King Xerxes
take their prophets' actions literally.
Yes. And I can't understand it any more than, he seemed to have had a interaction with a Catholic evangelical, which is not the right word because evangelicals are the same sex.
I mean, there are Catholics who do call themselves evangelicals, but it's definitely a middle.
Yeah, but I guess, a Catholic that is sharing
evangelizing Catholic.
Yes, I also traded one cat for another. Moonlight came in, he ate, went to the bathroom, and now this one is back in. my baby girl. My buttercup. She's such a good girl.
Jail.
She's actually a little bit of a brat, but she's such a cute brat.
You're taking credit for Xerxes the Freak?
I'm taking credit for Xerxes. I don't know about that. I mean, hey, maybe. You know, we need to talk with him. I do. I want to talk with him. He hasn't been... he might have been around Discord, but he's not having conversations with atheists, it seems. J.L. Warren is not well. I don't know if I should be. I mean, I guess I could talk about it because it is what it is. I love J.L. Warren. I thought he was an amazing guy, but I think there was friction between J.L. Warren and T-Jump, but it had nothing to do with like an atheism, theism thing with King Xerxes. It is very specifically like he became a Catholic, and so you can't have a Catholic. And it's not like we kicked him; he left, and then we were like, "Well,
he became a Catholic student."
And so, you know, I just wish I could have a conversation with him because I would like to see. You know, I like to think I can convince some conservatives to see some of the ideas, you know, whether it's the transgender thing, but I think there's been, like I said, numerous people that have been doing that with Pine Creek. But, you know, I just wish I could talk with him. Like, what is it, a contingency argument? Because that's basically what he was been talking against for so much. Like, what kind of
like the thing with Justin. I mean, it's the same. We hate to lose people that are part of our community. It happens. It's going to happen. But
I think the reason that it feels so painful for me is because I really do view these fundamentalist, at least, forms as a cult. And I know when I use the C word, a lot of religious people, even, or maybe especially the hippies, they're like, don't call it a cult, man. Accept everybody's religion and blah, 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 blah. You know, what I forget what the bumper sticker coexist.
Yeah.
I think there was almost a point in my life that I was like that. But, you know, I mean, James, you do see I have a lip ring, right? So I have to.
We know. You're edgy. You're out there. We get it.
Edgy, out there, James. I basically have blue hair. I mean, come on.
Mine as well.
I just wish I could convince him and figure out what the arguments were, because I don't think there are good arguments for God. I think there are better arguments because they're more sophisticated and so they confuse lay people more. But
harder to debunk, harder to suss out.
Because you have to go through them instead of guy came back from dead. That's a little bit easier to break down.
Is it? Yeah.
I mean, they make apologetics for it, trying to sound fancier, but that is basically trying to, you know, dress up, you know.
Perfume on a pig?
Yes. Trying to think of something kind, but there's no kind way of saying it.
Polish a turd, yeah.
Ye shall therefore describe the land. I want you to write it down. Did we read all of this, or are we on this? We did not read Levi's jeans. Let's keep going.
I think we finished 8.
We did read 8-7. All right, you're right. I did read this stuff, and so that would make sense. Can't help it. Small tangent because of this nonsense. Yeah. And we did read Men Arose because I made a boner joke, as I would, James. Come on.
They expect it.
They went to, I said,
it would be a problem
Beach.
If you did it.
Exactly. Okay, we did read this, I think. So we passed the land. The men went and passed through. They described the cities in 7 parts, just like a fucking video game. And we're going to move on to our first portion after I let this cat out. But did you hear that little knock? They all have their little thing. What do you want to do, baby girl? You want to go outside?
What do you want to do, baby?
You sitting there? I know. It's like, I want to go out. I know. This podcast sponsored by Cats and Dogs. And also, the letter
D.
The fantastic letter. You saw it on your screen. Anyway, let's get to the highlight, the headliner of tonight. The first person of the 7. We'll get to the 6 others in our next Bible study. But right now, let's talk about Benjamin's land. Because why not? Let's just start giving shit to very specific people. We named like 80 dukes, but let's actually give this guy a name. So, and of course, there are 3 categories. It has been nothing but heart-pounding excitement. I understand why they may have a problem, recruiting a younger generation. Because, James, haven't you felt like this is basically like a horror movie? Actually, it is kind of in some ways, it is kind of like a horror movie. But exposition mode, it's just, it's a slog. We are walking through desert and snow and mud to get to wisdom, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's not going to, I don't think he'll grab you, Sumama.
Oh, my. And
talking about Jesus specifically.
Okay. This is Jesus grabbing. You would think, do you know what Jesus is grabbing? Cantaloupes. He's trying to make sure the cantaloupes are right, James.
Like Arnold
If you
Schwarzenegger.
can. Exactly. Just like sometimes I need to hold up pots. They're spinning. Do, 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 do. I've been using that sound so much, that little tune. I think I'm going to get copyright infringement soon. But also, thank you so very much, Electronic Monk. Isn't it Christianity? Now, I get it. They're all weird. But because of how normalized it is, a lot of their phraseology, which is not a word, their terminology, when they say Lord and Savior, to me, that is holy shit, is this Hotel California? Should we be running your Lord and Savior? I'm sorry. That's nice.
This is a fucked up version of Hotel California.
But I'm going to go back to the other end. I'm going to go actually eat some hors d'oeuvres. But thank you. It was nice talking with you. But no, Lord and Savior. And just all sorts of other... I'm trying to
Plenty of... toothless Christian pastors sucking dick at the shithole California.
Oh my.
Such a shithole.
And we're sorry if you're eating, including sending love, because Ozzy is making beef stroganoff. Ooh. And I am hungry. If this podcast goes long enough, and it probably will, I'm probably going to go to the French restaurant Lee 7-Eleven and get a croissant, which has been my morning ritual, unfortunately.
What kind of croissant? Bless you.
Oh, 3 sneezes. It's just a butter croissant. They butter my biscuit, which is another lovely thing. I love just
Dunkin'
butter,
Donuts
really.
has a ham and Swiss croissant.
Oh my god.
It's actually pretty
James, good. Starbucks has a chocolate-filled croissant.
Oh, I think Dunkin' has that too. I've just never had it before.
Dunkin' has bacon. They just sell bacon in a bag.
Snack and bacon, yeah.
Snack and bacon.
Is it good? I've never had it.
It is good. Rachel consistently makes fun of me because I pulled bacon out of my purse once. And she's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, gotta have bacon sometimes. Just...
She carries bacon like fucking MacGyver.
James, no matter what the situation, sometimes you gotta have bacon.
Being booked into the jail and they pull bacon out of 6 different places on your body.
I've been thinking about that, by the way. Just more and more. Just how, because I think someone did a bit and at the it's not Hooters, Hoot, give a hoot, and just how like they really were terrified of the fact that we were a different gender, and I could have got away with anything. Like they were like, yeah, you're good.
What do you mean at jail? At the jail?
Yes.
Yeah.
Once again,
There's a bunch of
one night
females.
I am not a hardened anything, but it was very interesting how just like they do, and once again, this person is dressed like she ready for war. Like she ready to take a bee down, head to toe armor, and a weapon like this, and she's afraid of me.
Somebody at the jail.
This is why I'm not afraid of jail. Like I'm afraid of it. Terrible things happen in jail. Terrible things. I'm not. It's a terrible
a guard
system.
there, a correctional officer.
Yes, the person that had to make sure that we had nothing on us as we were entering. Searching. But it's just they're all playing a game to be tough on the inside. They're actual normal human beings, just like everybody else. Where were we going? We were moving into Joshua. Let's get into Benjamin. We're actually giving out the land.
Where did I see like a few weeks ago? I was listening to one of these true crime channels, and they had this correctional officer who they'd been monitoring the phones, and she had like 300 calls with a particular inmate, and they were like questioning her like really hard. And then at one point she like when it was like time to give up time, it's like, okay, when we were in that room, I might have given him a blowjob. Like you might have given him a blow. Maybe.
James,
I might have given him a blowjob.
It's like Schrodinger's blowjob.
And it's because in their phone calls, the guy is like bragging about how good she is at this. And then they asked her, they're like, did he climax? Did he orgasm? And she's no. I'm like, really? Okay. You already admitted to sucking his dick. Now you're going to say you did a bad job at it?
James, you never want to get a bad Yelp review. All right? I just want to put that out there.
You admit that you sucked the dick, you might as well admit that you know what you're doing. I don't know. Listen,
if you're going to have a product, I'm just going to put it out there.
Oh,
right. That's true, Suna. Oh, no. It is. It's a job. It should be illegal. And
we support it.
Yeah.
We don't stigmatize it. Even the gentleman the Muslim gentleman on here who had encounters with men. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That was also great. We basically told us that he would be gay if it wasn't for Islam.
If it wasn't for Islam, he'd consider having a husband, being in a monogamous relationship, but Islam. Religion.
Could settle down with a husband, but no. I also think they fulfill part of that in a personal relationship with a guy. I know the Muslims are like, oh, it's not a personal, it's completely different. And then they're like, it's like the Jewish one, which is like, well, then it's not that different.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense. It's not like you're saying, well, Islam is different. You see Muhammad actually fought in the dinosaur war, and he fought dinosaurs. It's like, no, he fought with like just people in Medina, and he fought people, in the desert, like the others.
He took slaves.
He took I was going to say a woman, but he took a girl that,
he had several women.
When the ride said you have to be this tall,
and she wasn't that tall.
She would not be that tall.
No.
But, James, it was a different time. There was no actual time in history where I feel like a 9-year-old would have been.
9 was really, even in the ancient world, 9 was really young. Yeah. Now, if you start going like 12, 13, 11, okay, that's closer to, but 9 was young, even by the standards of the day. That would have been.
I still, Mary's thing is a little sus, but I get it. We're at least getting, Jesus,
It's closer to right.
There's an
Nobody would have thought that was unusual
in there. Because now you're sleeping with a I'm.
Yeah.
Like there's no debating how up that is. But yeah, religion. They pass them around like dolphins at SeaWorld to copyright TM Bill Burr. Because I am not a different type of Amy. Don't have to give that person credit. Benjamin, all about the Benjamins. That's a different song. All about the Benjamins.
Oh, that's it. That's right.
All about the Pentiums. What you gonna do? Cold hackers.
We hear that a lot, Randolph. The presentism fallacy they throw out there.
Presentism. They love adding isn't-ism onto just things. So yes, Gavin is actually below my desk right now, along with.
I'm a moral relativist, so it doesn't really apply. It really doesn't apply to me. So have at it.
But Iron and Gavin are below my desk right now, just making sure that I'm kept busy, so to speak.
Keeping you fluffed up?
Nice and go ready.
I had no idea what a fluffer was until Bree said that she was going, what is a fluffer? And then, oh, okay.
I have nothing to say else but bless your heart, and I love you, Jade. That must have been a fun Google search.
They don't really use them very much anymore, from what I can tell, since the advent of cheap Viagra. But
here's the thing, James. I like to think of myself as old-fashioned.
So I'm sure you, if they were looking to hire, I'm sure you can get on.
Oh my gosh, not saying. I guess it's not TMI because I'm just laying out my whole life out randomly at the end of the podcast. Though that's stuff that I have talked about.
Did they have one on stage when you were there? On set?
I was talking about that, and then I forgot what I was. What was the last thing you just said?
Did they have one on stage when you've seen at any
shoot? What was the thing?
Fluffers.
Oh my god, goddess. Yes, a guy when we were shooting porn. Like most of the camera guys were decent and were just there to shoot porn. But there was, always like a guy every once in a while to be like, if you need any help, you want me to help? You want me to come down there? I'm a real professional. I can, you want to.
I've had
girls.
He's trying to get in the video.
He get in every opportunity. Boom to bang to boom. So if you need a fluffer, I would have had one. Sending love. I still think the porn industry is, once again, it's the, you talk shit about a lot of jobs. At least it's making good money. Is it any that worse than?
No, nothing's perfect. No industry's perfect.
In fact, I want it to be legal so that the girls or guys can go to the police. Because
something goes wrong, yeah.
Yes. All right. Enough of my my litany of adventures. And the border.
The border.
Or wait, did we talk? Did we read 11? Did we even start? Did we even?
Just go through 10 again.
Just go through. All right. And Joshua, the guy who lifts lots for them in Shola. This was like the guy who gave out land before the Lord right here. Lord Barbaretta. And there, Joshua divided the land onto the children of corn of Israel.
Shmishmael.
According to their divisions. Come on, guys. I'm totally going to cut fair pieces of cake of land. And the entire lot of the tribe, of the children, of the corn, all about the Benjamins. For some reason, I thought Benjamin was the word. Came up according to their families and cost of their lot. Came forth. It will be 1999. Between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. Dun, dun, dun. And their border will have a beautiful wall, the best wall. Some people are saying it's the nicest wall they've ever seen. On the north side, from the Jordan Peterson wearing Michael Jordans. And the border went up the side of the Jericho, that really scary book, on the north side, and went up through the mountains westward. Hopefully there's no mountain lions. But it's okay. There's iron chariots. That's the real problem. And the goings out thereof were at the wilderness of Bethahaven, basically the same place in RuneScape where you're fighting PvP. And the border with the big beautiful wall went over from thence towards Lux from League of Legends. To the side of Lux, she's beautiful, which is Bethel, her best friend, southward. We're going all over the place. And the border descended to, whoa now, Alatrathodar. They're running out of names, James. Near the hill. Getting paid by the letter. Near the hill that lieth on the south side, near Beth got her own thing. Near Betheron, the town of Beths. Just dozens and dozens of Beths. And the border was drawn thence because, I mean, we're just drawing lines on a map. Who really gives a shit?
That's all we're doing.
Which, honestly, that's almost a Cliff Notes version of the vast majority of wars, and mostly men, but a few women throughout history. Just draw lines on the board, James. Won't cause any problem. And can pass the corner of sea southward. From the hill that lie before Bethron, where they sell frappuccinos for a really decent price, southward. And this goings out thereof, we're at Kithjara Bala. I can't even do it. Kishar have coin if you have wares. I did it backwards. Kishar have ware if you have coin.
Don't worry, there's another one right after that. So
oh my goodness. And Kizjarather Jam. Kizjarather Jam. James, I want to get married there. I had my bat mitzvah there.
All the cool kids were having it there.
All of them. They wear sunglasses even during night. A city of the children of corn of Judah. Hey, Judah. This was the west quarter, now that we've covered every quarter. And the south quarter, I see this word, I can't help but giggle, was from the end of Kirajather Jam. The only way they can make this better is if they brought the tribe of Dan back into this.
We haven't heard from Dan in a while.
I know. He was so wise. And the border went out on the west and went out to the well of the waters of Nephatoah. Nephatoah. What were we just reading? Then Joshua cast lots in front of God to divide the land among the tribe. Exciting. James, was this read to you as a child? I know this wasn't to me.
All the time, actually. Yeah.
I know. I feel like I want to read this like before I go to bed at night, just to like reassure me that everything's okay.
Center yourself,
Exactly.
Make sure you have like nice, fun dreams.
It's just so quoted that you can't get it out of your head. And the border wall came down to the end of the mountain, you mountain lions, that lieth before the valley of the son of Hum. and which in the Hidden Valley Ranch of the James, we don't need to make up stuff. The Bible does it for us.
They certainly do.
Which is in the
They make it
valley
easy.
of the giants. They do. They just kind of bring this on
The
themselves.
New York fucking Giants.
James, when I tried to find like a stock image for the title, that was all I could get at first was stuff, but nothing with the New York Giants. I'm like, yes, but no, we're really talking about people who believe, I'm sorry, in Nephilim. They were just really big people. They were super tall. They were tall, dark, and handsome. Then why do you need angels to have sex like with them to conceive if that's all it's going to be? They always try and make it. It's like if you get it to where Moses was just crossing at like a low tide. Well, then what's the fucking miracle? All he's doing is crossing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he got his sandals wet? Like, sending so much love, Randolph. That's right. This is specifically an ancient recipe of Hidden Valley Ranch made by Giants. The Giants of the New York team of the
I
North.
guess it could be the San Francisco Giants, but who cares about that?
Exactly. But we're sending love to San Francisco anyway. And was drawn from the north, not the south. If you say it was from the south, you're a dirty liar. And went forth to the Aunt Jemima. Well, there is no more Aunt Jemima. Or no, there's still Aunt Jemima. It's just
Pearl Milling Co.
And went forth from Goliath, which is over against the going up of autumn. This very specific in this date, and descended to the stone. James, did you know we're related to stones? That's what the creationists say we're from.
You don't think you are?
And every time I'm like, so you don't think we come from carbon? And I get almost no responses or just flabbergasted. Just, oh, well, of course we come from carbon. But yeah, exactly.
Shakira flabbergasted.
Shakira, I wish I knew the rest of the lyrics. And passed along toward the side over against Arabia. There we go. I kind of know that. Arabia. It's really Arabia. It's kind of like it's Arabia, but you're throwing your hands in the air like you just don't care. Northward and went down onto Arabia.
He certainly did tighten. Iron Horse certainly did go skinny dipping while debating on MDD.
Yo, he did.
While debating Amy specifically on MDD.
And my face, I will say, my facial, you can tell that I see it, but I don't bring it up.
Drinking
it's
a beer.
Tacky. However, I'm never going to let it go.
Buck naked.
Ever.
On MDD.
Sending love to MDD. Love James Coon and the MDD community. Iron has sent like... See, if I say the word transphobic, they get more angry at the fact than they're being an asshole. But he got...
Don't call me a transphobe.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, because I want none of my trans women or minority brothers or sisters to think that. Because I don't bring up, I will often say, I don't use the word racist, transphobic, misogynistic, or racist. Not because they're not all those things. Because oftentimes they are many of those things, and they should be pointed out for those things. But I don't want to argue about whether you're being misogynistic. I want to argue about whether you're being an asshole to women, okay? If you're being an asshole to women, you are misogynist. I don't want to argue about the word. Just defend the fact that you want to be an asshole. Defend the fact, like...
You hate trans people.
You hate trans people.
Yeah.
Or that you think that your race or whatever better than someone else's race. Defend that you are racist. You are, without a doubt. But I'm not going to argue about the term. Do your race realism thing with me because it's stupid and unscientific. But I'm not going to sit here.
That's good, James. Has he been better behaved lately? I don't know. He is a flat earther, so
hours.
you never know with that ilk.
Well, I mean, he pulls what some of them do. Like this is what annoys me, and I was talking about this to James. Okay, I have, I like to think I have the mentality of, you could call it a kindergarten teacher or whatever. I like to think I'm positive. I want everyone to succeed. I am unfortunately one of those people that would probably give a participation trophy out there. I really do. I think that I could make progress with almost anyone. But what inadvertently happens, this is what always happens, okay? Once again, not to argue with any four of those words. This is how it happens. They are terrible to me. They're transphobic. But I don't want to use that word because they're terrible. So they're an asshole. They're an asshole to me. And they're so mean that James bans them. Like James did to Iron. Because we share the email. So I guess a PSA to anyone. If you want to contact me, you want to contact James, we're at the same email. Yeah. And he will read the emails of yourself. And so James was like, hey, guess what? And so even after that, he basically, at one point, whether it was on MDD, whether it was something, he came with the...
then he made a cheeky comment about me in the comment section of the debate, you remember?
Of course, because they take, just like if a mod bans, they take mod, which is what I guess is my crescendo of this. After crying to me somewhere and being like, I'm just going to change and I want to be nice. I'm in the debate community and that's all I want to focus. There's no ad hominems. And after all
this is because Amy was modding a debate that Iron showed up to. He was drunk. He did terrible. He's a fucking flat earther. Okay. And
said I was being unfair.
And he blamed his loss on Amy's moderation. And no, it's not that Amy was being biased. You're just flat earther, which means you're dumb. You're an idiot. Okay. That's just the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're drunk. You showed up to the debate unprepared. You got your ass kicked. You're a flat earther. You should get your ass kicked. Yeah. It had nothing to do with Amy. But
inevitably, after begging, basically, what they do is actually beg. What they do after a Halo comes out, they join the channel, and do we have a riveting conversation? They go and start typing and go, the mods, the admins, fuck all the people here, you all suck, you can't control me, blah, blah, blah. And I have like a literal sweat drop like over here because it's like, I'll be honest with you, I let these people come back because I think they're silly. I think that their views should be countered. And I think the skeptics tear them apart and make them look silly. But my Jesus, please, if like, it is like being allowed back in public and you're like at a gallery and you're talking about art and you go up to the security guard or a police officer and spit in their face. Now listen, I don't want to be a bootlicker, okay? Don't make me lick boots. But what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah.
Well, exactly. This is just what pisses me off. They make it I don't know. If you're an asshole and then you're a rude asshole and you're rude to,
you'd be like Bart Cybrell, the conspiracy theorist, like when he was making his movie and he was trying to piss off these astronauts, like he was trying to get them mad and videotape it so he could make it like, oh, these guys are unhinged. And like he had been harassing Buzz Aldrin for a few minutes, like cornering him in the street. Buzz is like trying to get away from this guy, and at the very end, Bart he gets up like in like a few inches away from Buzz's face, and it's like, you're a liar, you're a coward, you're this, you're that. And Buzz punched him in the face. And then, of course, so he's like, we got it on tape. That's it. We're going to the police. And the police said, well, you know what? You provoked him. This is not like you're just standing there out of respect. You're running right up into this guy's face and shouting at him. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
You got what you were trying to facilitate.
Right,
Are you
right.
now trying to say, yeah?
Have you seen that video? Yeah.
I have.
You're a liar,
long
you're a
time
coward,
ago.
you're a...
But Sending Love to Zumami has said that video is hilarious. But yeah, let's finish up. I'm sending love.
Let's
I see
do it.
Sumami and Titan and Doorknob Head, the Freak, James Wolfe, everyone
true.
that's still Beamsy, that's Randolph, who's still hanging out with us. But we are gonna move into the end game. I'm gonna cough again. Excuse me. All right, Jordan. All right, we were bordering. Where were we? Were we in 16? Did we talk about the second Valley of the Giants already? We did. We said Arabaha. We did. We were saying Arabaha in the air. Okay. So, and Jordan Peterson wearing his Michael Jordans was the border on top of the beautiful wall of it on the east side. This was the inheritance, of course, hedge funds kid, of the children of Benjamin. And our diary of Jane. By the coast. Are you a Breaking Benjamins fan, James?
I can't say that I was.
No? You should look them up. They're good. You've probably heard them. They've been on the radio.
I most likely.
They're out there. By the coast thereof, roundabout. Everyone loves a roundabout, James.
Fucking Euro-style roads.
According to their families. I went to dinner. Shout out to my niece. And it was her birthday. And it was actually a birthday like a day or so ago, but we celebrated today because it was a tornado warning yesterday. Changed up my tune. And which is always interesting. It's so funny. Just speaking of my niece and nephew, which makes my nephew happy because he's very much into science, and he's going to get his environmental science degree. Now I'm just becoming the aunt that's just talking about.
Aunt Newman.
But yes. But I'm very happy. I got her a ocarina because she's a big Zelda fan, and she was very happy. So cool, aunt. Continues. I love my niece and nephew. I try and get good presents for everyone. I'm a present person. I like buying presents. I can't help it.
You're about to go into full exposition mode. We almost there.
Oh my god!
To sing this one. You see the shit? You might have to make this.
Yeah. Let's say so. We're on 20 by the coast thereof. All right. I guess let's finish us off with a handy. And what I mean by that is in musical keys. Now the cities? Really? Of the tribe? I don't know, Benjamin. Well, let's ask Jericho. And Bethaglog. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That took me out of character instantly. I couldn't hold it together. What the fuck is that name? Oh, I am Bethaglog. Oh no. It's the final battle in the city of Beths.
Sounds like a Godzilla movie. Godzilla versus Bethaglog.
Bethaglog, yeah. Oh my, yeah. That's something. And the Valley of Kez. That's right. In fact, Betharabaha, Zemaram, and Bethel, Avum, Farah, and Oprah. Yes, that's right. The Oprah And Shafarhaba Hama Numanama Sika Taga Tinka Taga Numanama Hiha.
I mean, could his parents have just added maybe a few more letters to that? I mean, come on, get it together.
James, what this kid would have been picked on in school. Can we all agree?
Can you
we
imagine
all
the
just
teacher?
put that on the table.
Harmonia. Yeah.
I'm surprised that wasn't the
I mean,
name
all the
for
other
Jesus.
kids would have had crazy names too, but I mean, still, there are degrees of insanity.
We have levels. But anyway, Sephahar, Fahama, Nima, and Aphenia, and Gaba, who Gaba, Hida, 12 cities with their villages. Oh yes, exposition. Bible does it. And Gutsick Gibbon was there. She was trying to prove evolution. And Ramahama Ding Dong was there with a good old beer from Barath.
Beer broth.
A beer broth. It was a mitzvah from the Hitzpah. And Charafa was there with a Moza. A Moza, Hosa. You know what? Moza wreck 'em. She, in fact, wrecked him hard. Oh, no, that's just the family wreck 'em. We're also going to have to get a peel from IR Peel, Atara, Lala, Hara, Mara, Haradara. James, this is basically science. And Zella, Alpha, Jebusiah, which is Jerusalem, by the way. I don't want anyone to forget it. Jebath, Kirjath, 14 cities who haven't taken a bath with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin according to their families. I think.
Come on, guys. Is that not worth it? The 18 of you guys who made it this long, is that not worth waiting for?
I'm sending so much love to everyone out there as we are coming to the end of our Skeptic Bible study of Breaking Benjamin. I think we're only going to be opening up the open mic for people who disagree. Do you want to do that, James? How do you want to run that?
I mean, if they want to come on for a few minutes. So,
maybe we should let everybody.
Anybody,
I
yeah,
guess
if you wanna
anybody come on.
It'll be a
That's
short
true.
though. We're not going to be on for a long time.
But with that leads us to the end. The end of then Joshua cast lots in front of God to divide the land among the tribes. The land allotted the tribe of Benjamin, including the Valley of the Giants, which is crazy. Can we just point out that Benjamin got the land that belonged to giants? And very specifically, they're like, good luck. Bible.
I mean, you go into one of their houses. The bed is like 35 feet long.
Oh my, James, that's the kind of bed we need over Rachel, myself, and the femboy need. But that's right. I'm sending love to Electronic Monk and James Wolfe. We are pulling out the Book of Joshua, the musical. Skeptic Bible Study, the musical.
Oh boy.
When it gets into super exposition mode, there's two options. Head desk, musical. Now I understand for some people musicals are like hitting against, but for me, James, it's the equivalent of magical, because I don't want to say anything. They'll just take that clip out and they'll be like, Amy believes in magic.
Yeah, I'm not a big musical person myself. Go figure, huh?
But I've seen very specific portions of the Book of Mormon. It's funny. I think it would win you over, James.
That would probably be okay. That would be fun.
But yes, with that is going to bring us, to the end of our Skeptic Bible Study. Well, before the open mic, we read our chapters, but if you would like to say anything, feel free to join the show and call in on the panel with the link right there. But we are probably going to bed soon.
It's late and early now.
It's true.
And not quite 48 hours from now, so 24 hours and then a half a day. We'll be debating Ken Hovind this Thursday.
Which is cray-cray. But I'm looking
It's gonna
forward
be
to it.
This is a long time in coming. Amy's been trying to
said.
get into the ring with Dr. Dino. It's finally going to happen. I'll be there to help out and provide moral support, but yeah.
Oh, I like how honestly, James, it's going to be an
It'll be
episode
fun.
of us. It is.
Yeah.
We're able to just be ourselves, our normal, back and forth. Our
somebody we've tangled with a few times before, but we've
and someone who has been around the apologetic lapse. He's done a bunch of damage, unfortunately, because people take his shtick and he's exported it.
And he still does have people who follow him and watch his shit. And as unbelievable as that may sound, he really does. And I know there's some people who don't like it, don't think we should be talking to him, and I respect people for their views, if that's what they think. But I do think there still is some good to be had potentially from engaging with him. Not in terms of a serious debate, in terms of trolling him, fucking with him.
Yes. Well, it's the same with all of these famous or whatever the frig you want to call him, because I feel like he's a fading star. Woo! But the point in this is that they have followers and that we are trying to communicate with them. We are trying to counter misinformation with information. And I think you and I are uniquely attuned because of just our comedic edge. I'm not saying, there's been no one else who's had that, but I think it helps, because I think when you are just completely serious as an academic, it allows these snake oil salesmen to get a lot of shit by you. There's good ways to counter them, even as a very serious academic, but it's harder when the academic is being honest. Once again, it's not that I'm not saying I'm not an academic. I am very happily within the academic community. However, I still think that James and I come at it from trying to speak to a lay audience's view. I guess that's why he does jokes as well. But
I've gotten him a few times. I like really just deadpanning him, and it just goes right over his head. If you deadpan him just the right way, he doesn't pick up on it. It goes right over his. He kind of looks baffled, but yeah.
Oh, well, and right before I bring up James Wolfe's thing, when he basically said, "I don't want to teach I want your religion in class,"
tax dollars.
And my go-to with that is just, Ken, I'm just glad that you're talking negatively about religion, and the more we can negatively talk about religion, we're doing something. Come on, did you see the latest episodes of Strange New Worlds?
No,
the musical.
I did not. Go figure, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know what series I did finish finally just watching? I've heard advertisement after advertisement was 1883. It was a series on Paramount Plus. It was a mini series. It was with Sam Elliott and Tim McGraw, the country singer, and Faith Hill, the country singer, because it's a Western. It was actually a pretty decent series.
Oh,
have
I
to
just
say.
I googled it. It says it's a prequel to Yellowstone, and I've heard of
Yeah.
Yellowstone because I know Rachel watches it.
It was pretty good. I mean, I like Sam Elliott, his style of acting. He's just perfect for a role like that, and yeah, it was overall pretty good.
Also, I will say, in 5 minutes, if no one joins, we are heading to
Bedtime
bed.
is calling.
'Cause I'm hungry, and I also have ice
Go run to
cream.
7-Eleven.
Yes, I think I'm possibly gonna get croissants and then ice cream. James,
Well,
this is
you
the
can
breakfast of champions. 'Cause I
Dip
have
the
ice cream.
croissants in the ice cream.
Oh, the things we could do.
You can eat a plate of beans like Terrence Hill.
I'm also saying this early. We're getting everything out of the way. Here is my fiver.
Your
If you
fiver.
would like to podcast, I do have to put the extreme version, not the extreme. I guess it's extreme. The professional custom-made version higher soon. I had much lower prices because I was trying to get reviews, which I love, and I love the whole community. But if you would have a podcast that you want to get made, then I would love to help you either build it, monetize it, or help it grow right down there.
Like consulting work.
Boom, boom. Yes, I will take you into the pre-production, production, and post-production. We'll talk about podcasting.
Hey, Ian Davenport, good to see you.
Woo-hoo. What is up, Ian? That's right. Better late than never. Happy to have you here. We are about to tuck out, but it's been a fun Bible study. Sending love to anyone that is watching this now or watching this later. And yeah, anything else before we head out, James?
I can't think of anything right now, but it has been great to talk to everybody and see everybody. And Gizmo is actually asleep. He went to bed, so
I think all the cats are, James. We are the only ones that I have cats here and dogs passed out. Oh, Gizmo's such a good boy. Oh, okay. See, I say this.
Speak of the devil, huh?
Literally.
This is gonna be Penelope now.
Hi, baby boy. Come on in.
Oh, it's Moonlight. Moonlight.
He's gonna take the pink chair because he likes the pink chair. Are we going in? Are we going up?
He's thinking about it.
He is. It's like he's hunting. What are we doing?
There he goes. He's a good boy.
He is a good boy. Podcast sponsored by cats. Oh my goodness.
We had we had Titan tonight. We had Randolph came in. Mommy, Stephanie came on. Doorknob Head.
Sending love to y'all.
Gizmo has shredded mine too.
My Penelope, what she just likes to do is sit right here, and she'll sit like half on the keyboard, and you're like, I can't do no work, baby girl. But then what I like also is they starting to hang out more. It's like gravity. Buttercup has been a liaison, the kitten, because she just doesn't know any better. She goes up to everybody and she's just like, I'm here now. What are we doing? And so she's always going up to everybody. Group activities. Moonlight has liked that because he's been looking for someone to play with. But even Penelope, it's like they travel sometimes in a little pack, which is very interesting.
Moonlight's on the hunt.
Yeah, is there even that much? No, there's a little bit. Oh my goodness. He's going after the kit's food, technically.
Oh, he's looking at it. There he
Also,
goes.
James, you need to understand these creatures don't think. They have no thoughts.
They do not have language.
Not enough food
so
for
they
you?
have-
Oh no, you're eating. You're munching. You caught something.
My dog sometimes does that. Like when I would go over to my girl's house over there, he would like take his food from the bowl where we set it, go around the corner, drop it out of his mouth, and eat it around like he didn't want to eat it where we had the bowl
Where
set.
you could see it.
Right.
It's so funny. Yeah, they all have their own little things.
You would move the food somewhere else to eat it.
No, he's Moonlight is he's a very good boy. He knows this is a female-run household. He will sometimes, like with his wet food, he will watch the girls, and then he'll come in, he'll get food.
Saying he's like a femboy.
James, there's a black chair and there's a pink chair. I don't make him pick the chair. He doesn't. He probably doesn't know the color. I think this is just a softer chair, but it's funny.
Yeah, they don't get it.
Nonetheless, it's cute. I love our baby.
It certainly is cute.
And all right. I think with that, this is going to conclude our Skeptic Bible Study on Breaking Benjamin, where in this chapter 17 and 18 of the book of Joshua, we had more allotments, but the children of Joseph still complain. Then we began casting lots of other people's land, starting with the family of Benjamin. Dun, 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 dun. So we had a good time as we tried to find our place in the diary of Jane. So you gotta really go into it with the head voice.
Yeah, those singing lessons are paying off.
Well, no, I feel like that was just average. I was almost kind of criticizing myself, but sure, I'll take that too. I also don't want to get us a copyright thing, but something's getting in the way. Something's just about to break. I will try to find my place. Yeah. In the diary of Jane. If I get loud, he starts also. Especially conversation.
Moonlight?
He does. He starts mewing and he wants
Does he sing?
attention. He almost does sing. Alright, I'm sending so much love to all of you. I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with all of our fantastic mods who make this stream so great. The lovely people in
Thanks,
chat,
guys.
sending love, Chatosphere, and viewers like you. Oh, there you go. He's eating his adult food. Sometimes Penelope and Moonlight are like, listen, why does this kit food have all this protein in it?
It's richer, yeah.
Where were we going? The lovely people in chat, sending so much love. As well as, if you enjoy the show, please don't forget to share. If you're getting into debates with people, why not to have a conversation story? We're trying to cover every chapter of the Bible.
We'll get there eventually.
Like, if you mind helping us out there on the algorithm, James, it's going into the
Al Gore's
algorithm.
rhythm.
Al Gore's rhythm. Oh my God, it's Man Bear Pig.
I invented the internet.
And there is a half truth to that because he
It
was
is.
in the was it the Navy during the development of the internet where he had, certain tasks. There's no really one person that developed the internet, but it was a military function before. Anyway, we had Bear Pig. See, that's the thing with South Park, though.
Just
Their
your setting,
memes,
the freaks.
they
He's calling
stick.
you out, the freak.
Who's called?
Tsunami.
Oh my, are they going at it? Boom, boom, boom.
She's calling the freak out.
Sending so much love. Bam, bam, bam.
That's a spicy meatball, the freak.
Oh my god, I went in a 7-Eleven today, the other day. Not today, the other day. And I like do you know what a Taki is?
Yeah.
I like Takis. I have never seen more kinds of Takis. They had an entire row where I was like, I didn't even know. Just
Which kind do you like?
I could not. I guess just the classic, like the one the with a hint of lime. I like those. The purple bag. That's right, the purple bag. Have one in my, and I learned about it in Walgreens when I worked at Walgreens, and so I love spicy food. I do, and that's probably the hottest thing I eat. That's probably the hottest thing I. It's a hot freaking food.
I mean, I see kids buying that stuff. And,
I know,
like,
which is crazy, but it makes me sweat. I would say lady ovaries. But I like it. I can't help it. I don't know what that says about me, but the pain feels so good, James. Feels so good.
Hey, Doc Pearson.
Woohoo! What's up, Doc Pearson? What's up, everyone? What's up, Gary? What's up, Jason Jacoby? Also, send love to us.
Did they see the video of Mr. Batman? Did they see Mr. Batman's video, Amy?
Oh my goodness! Oh my God! How could we not talk about that? Also, just sending love to Tom Rabbit. Everyone should go check out Tom Rabbit. I feel like almost I wouldn't contact the station because he's not a big enough dude to do like a second piece on. But like, everyone should go check out Tom Rabbit's new video where Mr. Batman, the presuppositionalist, apologist, ex-gay gentleman, ex-gay street preacher, was like the news, the local news did a bit on him and how terrible of a human being he is. And
harassing a lesbian couple.
That's true. I shouldn't laugh only for the fact that it's ridiculous and stupid. Like, it's not funny because he is actually harassing people in real life, and the lesbian couple seem like a really amazing,
really nice
group of people. The funny thing is just how stupid it is. Like, you can't not but sit back and just marvel in how this man who has spent at least the portion of his life sucking a big old D is just going around harassing gay people.
No,
God.
They going to hell. They going to hell.
Going to hell. Going to hell in a handbasket.
Being gay, I'm not gay anymore. My dick sucking days are over.
My dick sucking days are over, sir.
Sir, I sucked more in my time being gay than you could suck in 10 lifetimes. I'm done with that, sir. Oh, I'm sure, Sumami. I'm sure. I used to be gay. The Lord Jesus helped me turn straight.
And they were like, we're not going to dox him because he technically didn't commit a crime.
Don't be mad, Sumami. I could suck it better than you.
James, that's a man's job. You want to have a woman do a man's job.
Yeah.
But yes, it's just so funny how each one of these guys But it sucks because being
you
in the
heard him,
closet.
he does have that southern accent. Mr. Batman.
And yes,
Is
he
it
has
Tennessee or Kentucky, one of the two.
But it's just sad that religion makes him be an asshole. You have to ask himself, was he always an asshole, or is it the religion? Sad, sad, sad. But go check out Tom Rabbit. Go check out, all the atheist content creators out there.
It was funny to see his face blocked out. Like, we know exactly who that guy is.
Well, it was just funny to watch it, like a very professional newscaster, to have to say he calls himself Mr. Batman. You're like, what timeline is this?
He's an internet
Jesus
clown.
Christ.
I thought at first it was going to be Darth. Like, Darth was out there.
That's what I thought it was going to be. But that would have been my second guess. In fairness. Another priest-up that, is stuck in some sort of closet.
A completely horrible person. Well, I mean, the rumors are, Amy, that Darth gave his wife an STD that he caught from an affair that he had with a man.
Really?
That's
I
the
was
rumor,
going to say, well,
I wouldn't put it past old Darth.
That wouldn't surprise me. Also, one kit comes in, another kit comes out. Buttercup wants to say hi.
Oh, hey, Buttercup.
Hello, my little girl. All right. The actual person who should be eating the kit food. But they're all my babies. I can't help them. What were we talking about? Follow on twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. Here is the Twitch that is growing and hoeing. Come check it out. Oh, we're sending love to Freak. But I also meant to click this. Bajoom doom. It's fun chasing Tom Rabbit through the yard. That's true. You chase a wild Darth through the lawn.
How many sirs can I say in 5 seconds? I can say a whole bunch of sirs.
You also, once subscribe, you gain access to that all button icon, which will send you reminders to see our premieres. Just released a new stand-up bit, which I'm so happy to get back. It's just cathartic. It's a little bit different than this. I like both platforms. I like podcasting and I like going up on stage, and I need to do both. And so look forward to those. They're only 5-minute bits at a time, though I want one day to be able to do my first.
Give it a few years. Keep going up. You'll get a whole show, 1 hour of Newman.
Games, that's what I want. I want my right. I think what I need is my first 20 minutes. Well, I guess, and that is important. But like, my real important is I just want to be able to go in front of people and speak. I know I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I kind of like it. I like it as a form of communication. It's like you get this really instant interaction where a laugh is like the sign of agreement. And yet if they don't laugh, what I'm learning is that there's tools that you have that you can start to talk with the audience and be like, I don't think that was funny. Let's talk about that. I couldn't do that in my memorization. I'm starting to build the right tools. Skeptic and Ranting community, head over there. Anyone who wants to join an open mic, you should do it, by the way. Go sign up your local open mic. And Tsunami's like, I just like holding a mic. I do too. First tip they always tell you is you take the mic out of the stand. Don't just sit there. There's some comedians that stand right in front of the mic.
Right at the mic.
Do it,
I think most of them move around, work the crowd. They can
if
see
you
everybody.
Have ever seen me, I have been told, so I have ADD. I shouldn't say very bad. I have ADD. And if you've ever seen me try to
we
stand
remember.
still, people, but my movement, all these movements when I'm standing still, they get translated in real life. And so like I never stop moving. Like if you see me trying to stand in a line, I will be walking back and forth. And to me, that feels like I'm standing still. If I like put the time in to just stand still, I could feel my body, almost like my muscles pushing me, as if I should be moving. It's the weirdest thing. But like right now, I feel like it's almost painful. Like I have to move. And now it feels like I'm standing still.
Yeah.
Brains, James, brains.
It's working though. Whatever you're doing, it's working for you.
Let's see. Discord. Go check out our Discord. We have a Skeptic and Ranting, a Skeptic Bible Study after show. We have after shows for all, so come join. The link in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members who were updated. They'll have to re-update so that the people who have been the longest have been in there. But everyone is on there. Check out all of our fantastic people. Our evolving badge system, which triggers creationists because the longer you're a member, the badges just naturally evolve. Isn't that weird, James?
Like life.
Like life. And the best way to help us, finally, is to support us by going to patreon.com/Amy Newman. It helps cut out a lot of the middlemen and all of that stuff. And we're trying to fundraise to get to our new landmark, which is 200. I think we're like halfway there. So check out our patreon.com/Amy Newman and unlock some unique perks, including our new shows. And with that, I am Amy Newman. This is James W. And we will both see you on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.